Are you ready? No, I said, are you ready? Well, for the hundreds and potentially thousands in attendance watching this video, and for the millions who watched last night's Friday Night SmackDown, let's get ready for a new era, because a new era has begun in the WWE. And you had the Attitude Era, which was the greatest era, where they were selling out all the distant franchise fans, where they all left because wrestling got soft. And that's why we are ready for a new era. The Ruthless Aggression era is here and gone, where Randy Orton first made his name, and Randy Orton is going to be back on top, because we are all ready for the celeb era. We got Jelly Roll, Grammy Award winner. We got Lil Yachty, with Trick Williams making his music and putting WWE over in the mainstream hip-hop genre. We got the one, the only, Pat McAfee. Because Pat McAfee is a real star. TKO, my overlords, my bosses, my lord and saviors who save WWE from the doldrums of the Vince McMahon era. They gave me the keys to the car, but they're still doing the driving, and that's why Pat McAfee is the WrestleMania main event. He's gonna save Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. It's not like we have 20 years of history to go through with these two men. It's not like they were former mentor and protege. It's not like we could have some captivating, fantastical story with these two men who have known each other for well over 20 years. No. This storyline needed Jelly Roll playing the voice of reason. You see the alarms are going off because everybody is ready. This storyline needed Stephanie McMahon to give a pep talk to our top babyface and slap him across the face, because Stephanie McMahon is a real star. And this storyline needed Pat McAfee.
Hello, this is RJ City, and I am ethically opposed to any more wrestling podcasts. I don't know why you guys are talking about wrestling. It is a niche product. It is a very small industry. Yet, at this point, there's more wrestling podcasts than there are wrestlers. There is something wrong with society as a whole, but as you get smaller and smaller into wrestling, and then the wrestling podcast sphere, it gets even worse. And one such example, if I may turn on the microscope and look at the drudgery that happens to be Tru Heel Heat, SP3, Sid, this is your fault.
Hello everyone, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley wishing a nice day to everyone there, right there at Tru Heel Heat. Yeah!
Yes, it is I, Holly Cameron, and I'm in your phones, but I'm also making an appearance on Tru Heel Heat. I've been told it's a fantastic podcast. Why haven't you had me on it, huh? Where's my bubbly, upbeat person, you're watching Tru Heel Heat.
Hello. It is me, your Tru Heel Phenom, SP3, and we are live on the Tru Heel Heat YouTube and Facebook for Tru Heel Heat 375, Return of the McAfee, discussing the latest wrestling news, including Pat McAfee's shocking return and heel turn to align with Randy Orton against Cody Rhodes ahead of WrestleMania 42, Chris Jericho making a surprise return to AEW after choosing the company over WWE, a recap of this week in wrestling with Friday Night SmackDown from WWE featuring that McAfee return, Raw on Netflix from Madison Square Garden featuring Gunther's return to challenge Seth Rollins for WrestleMania, NXT from MSG featuring the great Kendal Grey versus Lola Vice main event. You had Evolve, AAA on Fox, TNA Impact, AEW Dynamite featuring Jericho's return, 2 weeks of Collision with the returns of Krssi and the Hurt Syndicate, the New Japan Pro Wrestling Sakura Genesis this morning featuring Callum Newman make way for the Prince as he made history at this morning's show. Tokyo Joshi Pros Grand Princess this week in CMLL featuring Thunder Rosa becoming the latest dual contract star. Plus, we got final predictions for tonight's NXT Stand and Deliver 2026 Premium Live event. And to break it all down, to discuss the crazy week once again in the world of professional wrestling, we have back with us the one and only Tru Draw himself. Josh, how are you doing?
I just want to know what's like Ari's real thought process to thinking that Pat McAfee is the next Sylvester Stallone.
Hey, I thought you really wanted to know the real question is how was I able to do that voice for that long? That voice hurt the hell out of me. That hurt the hell out of me. Loud volume, like you get to do it for 2.5 hours like Jeremy Lambert did. That's one thing that messed up his voice the next day. He was talking like he was trying to whisper to me the next day when I saw him off camera. But to do it at the loudest volume possible, like I just did it, takes a lot of work. Let me tell you, my throat is going through it right now. Pause.
No, it was funny how that alarm went off and you used that in your promo.
It's all about, you know, thinking fast, using the quick wit. You got to use everything to your advantage. So I used it to my advantage because Harlem was being a menace to society outside my door. I used it to my advantage here. But Pat McAfee, Sylvester Stallone, indeed, true star. Because Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes needed a big time star in their storyline.
Apparently, they needed somebody, and I was just like, "Oh, so you need a Pat McAfee in your storyline that really makes no sense now." And now you're trying to use this whole what was it? I'm trying to save the business. I'm trying to save wrestling.
Last year Cena was trying to ruin wrestling, and now this year McAfee and Orton are trying to save wrestling.
But then it's like, what is it to save? Because the way that he was describing it was like he wants to go back to like the old days, but I'm like, you guys are so busy talking about cinema and storytelling and all this crap. And now we're supposed to believe that you guys want the opposite. Good luck selling those tickets. This is your idea. Oh yeah, he's gonna get us ticket. He's gonna get asses in the seats. You probably drove more people away after last night.
This had to be one of the funniest things that WWE has done in the Triple H era.
Oh, no. It's funny bad. It's funny bad.
Yeah, it's hilariously bad. It is hilariously bad.
It's not like angry bad. It's like hilarious because we could all talk about it, and I bet you that the fact that we're talking about it, that's probably their way of like, hey, you see, people are talking.
People talking. We got people talking.
I was like, well, that's not how that works. Like, if it's really bad, we're gonna talk about it because it's how bad it is. That doesn't make it good. So it don't matter if it's a talking point or not. It's bad.
It warms my heart. The WWE that I love, folks, is back, baby. I can't wait to talk about it on today's show. We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all for joining us live. We appreciate y'all for watching us on demand. Remember to show your appreciation back. The simplest way possible is by dropping a thumbs up on the video. You can also share this video with all your wrestling fans, friends, and family on all your favorite social media platforms. If you are new to the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit the bell to stay notified for all the great content here. You can also sound off in the comment section if you're watching us on demand. We love to keep the conversation going. Let us know what you thought about Pat McAfee turning heel and aligning with Randy Orton. Tell us what you thought about Chris Jericho returning to All Elite Wrestling. Tell us what you thought about Callum Newman making history in New Japan Pro Wrestling. A busy week, a lot of headline news in the world of pro wrestling, and we're going to discuss it all on today's show. So sound off in the comments there. And if you want to be a part of the show, if you're with us live, you can sound off in the live chat. We'll love to interact with all of you and hear your thoughts on the week that was in pro wrestling, and we will highlight as many of your comments as possible. But of course, if you're feeling generous, you want to give back to what we do here, you want to show your support to the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel, you can do so with a super chat donation. Any dollar amount matters. It goes back to the contributors that you see on screen with us here, and we always appreciate the support. We got to catch up because we got to do 2 Q&As following episodes of Tru Heel Heat. I don't know if it's going to be this week or next week. We'll probably figure it out before the end of the podcast if we're doing one after for members of the channel. So hit the join button and become a member of the channel for just $1 a month. Gets you exclusive content, gets you our post-show Q&As that we've been doing as of late. This week, if we hit our super chat goal, we will be giving you a GOAT match series for the WrestleMania season. The next couple of weeks, we're going to be busy here on the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel. Live streams pretty much every day because next weekend you got Rebellion and Dynasty. You got after that is the full-on WrestleMania week. So we might be giving you, especially
special GOAT match series for WrestleMania. Me and Jimmy have already decided a couple of WrestleMania matches, the greatest WrestleMania matches that we're going to go back in time and watch. So we will drop one of those on the channel if we hit our super chat goal for today. That is usually exclusive for our members over on Patreon and members of the YouTube channel. But we do have a super chat donation to start us off a few. We got Vala. Thank you so much, Vala, for the support. One of our good brothers in the chat. He says, man, today has been from the lowest of the lows to some really high highs with wrestling. American wrestling sucks. Puro is life. Real graps forever. I don't agree that American wrestling sucks because I thought AEW this week was actually very good. Whatever you feel about Chris Jericho coming back, I also got a kick out of that as well because I was right. Josh, you remember I went through hell last week. I got crucified for giving a Jericho update on last week's show. Not by you, good brother. I appreciate you staying on the side of non-biased reporting that I do on this show. But our two colleagues, Miss Krssi Luv and Top Guy JJ, wanted to crucify me for bringing up the Jericho news and suggesting that he could return to AEW. And ain't I like a prophet in the Bible because I called that?
Yeah, and I mean, it was gonna happen. It's not the worst thing in the world, but
definitely not.
It's not the worst thing in the world. But I think no matter what, it's still a good talking point because remember months ago, majority of us were like, yeah, he's going back to WWE, and then all of a sudden there was a shift, and he's staying in AEW. So it was like. It's an interesting talk point because I think if this was 2024, Jericho leaves. But in 2026, WWE is not that appealing to apparently leave to. So, I mean, it was cool seeing him. Like, I didn't have a problem with it. Like, he said a few words. He said he was home, and that was it. So, I mean, I'll wait and see what we get with Jericho. I can't think of the worst. I don't want to think of the worst. I could only hope for the best. Like maybe this time off did something for him, so I'm gonna wait. But the fact that he showed up, man, that was gold.
Yeah, and yeah, we're not saying you could be hyperbolic in the chat, Volub, but you could have saved on some letters and just said WWE sucks. I think that would have been perfect. But you are right. Puro is life, and AEW is having a hot streak. It's having a really great year so far. They are not the promotion of the year. The promotion of the year is New Japan Pro Wrestling. Let's fucking go. But we also got Dion, who has been a member of the channel for nearly 1 year now. Dion, you're one of our favorites in the chat. We appreciate you. I love your different opinions, your knowledge, your fandom, how you express it in the chat, and appreciate you for joining us, and appreciated you and Chase taking a photo together. I love when our community, we bring a community together and you guys are able to meet up and go to a great show like Revolution. And he sends us a super chat donation to start us off as well. He says, what's up with Ari meddling in Cody's angles specifically? Also, I ended up doing some research on him and found out he's well connected in Hollywood. Yeah. I don't know if you guys know this, but Ari Emmanuel is Ari Gold from Entourage. If you have watched HBO's Entourage, you are basically watching a artistic viewpoint, basically on the perspective of Mark Wahlberg of who Ari Emmanuel was 2 decades ago as an agent. He's been an agent in Hollywood. He's represented the likes of The Rock. He's represented like a lot of like mainstream actors, including Mark Wahlberg. Like Ari Emmanuel, yeah. This is common knowledge. But I appreciate anyone, if you're just learning now, you're just doing your research now. But yeah, I've known of Ari Emmanuel for the better part of 25 years since Entourage started, because I was a huge Entourage mark.
Yeah, and I've always known about Ari myself. And basically that's how he's kind of got into the business. I don't want to compare it to like a Nick Khan, but Nick Khan was also an agent. Nick Khan was also an agent, and that's how he actually got into the business himself. And basically that's how he got like the big job with WWE because of his background, because of his like Hollywood-esque background representing certain people and certain in different fields. You know, like I know he was the agent of Ariel Helwani at one point too. So the kind of similar backgrounds, but obviously Ari was more deeper into that, into like the more Hollywood side of it, to the point that not only he's made his own empire, but he basically owns the UFC. He owns WWE. You know, so that could tell you how much money he has. But as far as like him muddling with these stuff, I'm not too big on it, because you know, like certain moves have been because of him. Like The Rock's involvement last year was because of Ari. Travis Scott's involvement with WWE last year was because of Ari, and that didn't turn out very well, unfortunately. You know,
you want me to answer the question though? You want me to answer the question? Because I think I know the answer.
Well,
Ari and TKO don't believe Triple H. Triple H is the guy who's the big Cody supporter backstage. Triple H is the one who thinks Cody is the face of the company, is the top star. I'm guessing because of how much they've been meddling in his storylines, they don't believe that Cody is the guy. They think he's like a guy in WWE. He's a top star in WWE, no doubt. He's proved that stuff. But I don't think they believe he's the guy that Triple H says he is.
Yeah, they don't believe that he's like the Hollywood-esque guy. That's what it comes off like the guy that's gonna move. I want to say the needle, because I hate that fucking term now. But as far as like what they want, like a Cena, you know, like Cena is in Hollywood. Roman Reigns is dipping his toes into Hollywood. That kind of guy. That's what they want, and that's why he was so big on The Rock. You know, so it makes sense. It does make sense. It's just the way that he's been doing it is like, damn, bro. Sometimes you got to read the room, because this is not it, bro. Last night was not it. I mean, we're laughing about it. We're gonna talk about it, but man, like,
you see this? You see this? This is what I wanted. This is like a buffet. This is like going to Golden Corral and they got fresh chicken out. They got fresh food out. And this is a smorgasbord when it comes to a buffet for a content creator like myself, a podcaster like myself. I've been doing this, guys, for nearly a decade. Next year, 2027, is a decade of Tru Heel Heat. This is how I got my start, Josh. You remember the old days when we were only on Facebook and I was doing hashtag WWE booking in 2017. Josh probably didn't like me at first because I was crapping on Cody all the time. But then we finally realized that we saw eye to eye when we used to crap on WWE booking together.
That's exactly what happened.
This is feeding into our souls. We got Andrew Brown with a super chat donation. You guys rock. You guys are awesome this morning. I appreciate y'all for that. Andrew Brown, he says, I think Vince Russo would have been a better pick than McAfee as the caller, even if it would still be bad. Nah. Vince Russo's a little too far for me. But like, we thought of all the possibilities, bro. Me and Rob Wilkins was talking about it on Rated Raw Review. He asked me who I thought was the mystery caller, and I threw out a whole bunch of names. I threw out Ric Flair, Batista. Hey, Ted DiBiase Jr. just got out of his court case. Why not him? That relates to him and Cody's past. To be honest, that would have been, yeah. Kevin Owens. The Stephanie promo on Monday, that could have been teasing. Shane McMahon. Hey, they don't seem to mind too much about this whole case. Vince McMahon, that would have been a big shocker. That probably still would have been bad, but that would have been a big shocker that everybody would have had their jaws on the floor if you want a shocking, newsworthy thing that is crossing over into different parts. That creates more headlines than a Pat McAfee. I'm sorry, Vince McMahon coming back, that would have created more headlines than Pat McAfee. Even if that's horrible and he's a horrible person that needs to be under a jail, that would have been bigger than a Pat McAfee. As far as like wrestling, there was like so many different options. But Cowboy Bob Orton, that kind of seemed lame, but that was an option. Kevin Owens, because it connects to their past with one another. The Rock, of course, would have been the biggest name. That would have definitely been more headlines than a Pat McAfee. No one and their mama thought Pat McAfee because, like Cody said, that is Disco Inferno being revealed as the third man. The third man in the NWO. That is the equivalent. It is legitimate the equivalent of Disco Inferno instead of Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, and the thing is, when he said that, my thing is like it got weird because like Pat was saying all that stuff, right? He's crapping on the company. I get that. He was cutting promos. But a lot of stuff he said was in fact true. So the fact that they let him say that was kind of strange. But then you come out, then Cody Rhodes come back out and then he cuts that promo, right? Where you just completely bury the fact that, oh, Pat McAfee is the person. And then you use that phrase to describe it. I mean, that's their way of trying to sell it. Good, but comparing it to that, how is that supposed to help move tickets? Just that alone, right? Because the whole aspect is, Pat is gonna help us move tickets. Pat McAfee ain't moving no fucking tickets. I'll tell you that much. What's gonna move those tickets is fucking your sales, right? Do another 316 sale. That's what you were doing. So might as well do another one because that was successful.
This dude was on social media begging fans to buy tickets. He was begging, yo. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. I've never seen somebody put the link for tickets in a tweet. Like, please go to WrestleMania.
He put it in the link, and then he did another post where he posted in his comments, please guys come here. And it's like the logo of WrestleMania, and I'm just like, oh my god, like this is not even a good like selling point. It's just fucking desperate. Like the Cena stuff didn't bother me, but like this reeks desperation compared to that. Like, holy shit.
I said I will admit, I said the Cena thing was a desperation play because that's how it comes off. I'm not saying it's like cheap.
It comes off that way.
I'm not saying that it's cheap or wrong or anything. I'm not saying that it's even a panic button move. This is a panic button move. This is vintage Vince McMahon thinking, oh, we can need this hot angle that's gonna get people talking. Yeah, they might talk about it negatively, but at least they're talking.
Yeah, and because even with the Cena stuff, it does come because of the timing. If this was your plan for months, you easily could have just announced this earlier. You could have announced this in February because it's not that big of a deal. Like Cena hosting, that's fine. Is that going to get people at the door? Maybe, but who the fuck wants to go to rest? Oh, wait, Cena's hosting? Let me buy a ticket now. Realistically, like that's just weird to me. That's just weird. But there are people who are like that. There are people, to each their own. I'm not like that. But to me, like if that was the plan, you should announce it sooner because it does, especially the same week you do that, then you have this man going on social media after he appeared and begging people, talking about, we're going to save wrestling. Hell, here's the link to WrestleMania. Please come. What the fuck? Like, what are we doing?
So weird. This was in that promo. That promo was straight up AEW in 2024 when everybody was like, we got to restore the feeling. We got to restore the feeling, guys. Raw Raw, AEW speak. This company used to be great. It's not great anymore, but we got to restore it. Like to crap all over the product. Dude said we got 5'5" guys having 45-minute matches. I don't remember the last time a WWE weekly show had 45 minutes of wrestling in totality. Out of like 4 or 5 different matches, did not have 45 minutes of wrestling. Who is having a 45-minute match at 5'5" on WWE television? What is he talking about?
Yeah, that was a little strange, and I was just like, was he trying to take a shot at WWE or AEW? I didn't understand.
No. He said I turn on I turn on TV and I turn on WWE TV, and this is what I get. And I was like, when was this? We got a super chat donation from Volup now. Thank you so much, Volup, for the support. He says, also, what royal family is McAfee from? Question mark. The antivirus? The literal worst antivirus that's always affected by malware truly lives up to the name. Like, that was such a throwaway line now. That whole when Orton said there's more than one royal family in wrestling, and I was just like, what family is McAfee part of?
Yeah, and you know, when you mentioned DiBiase Jr., that would have even created buzz too, because I mean, obviously because of the case, so that probably would have rubbed people the wrong way because of the situation that he was in, and then you know he was found not guilty, you know, regardless of what people want to believe or not believe when it comes to that, or when it comes to like his innocence. But that honestly, that probably would have been better than the McAfee stuff, because at least like it would have been controversial. It's a big talking point, right? Because we just didn't expect DiBiase Jr. at all people to maybe show back up, but you know, just going this route, it feels weird because of that. Because you use that line like royal family, so you think of like families in WWE. It was even to a point that people were like, "Oh, maybe it's The Rock," and I was like, Rock ain't showing up, guys. He ain't showing up 3 weeks out."
He's like, no, I'm not gonna be there. I'm not gonna be there. And holy crap, you want to know the cage match rating for this episode?
It's gotten worse, I think.
Yes, it's gotten worse. It's got a 0.35, Josh. This is the worst rated. And mind you, when McAfee said, you guys, you got the worst rated SmackDown, he was talking about a cage match rating because the rating went up last week. He was talking about cage match. He put cage match ratings in his promo. Holy shit.
And then the fact this one was actually worse than that. And then the fact that he was on it talking shit about it, it got worse.
Yo, this shit has over 64 valid votes. Out of the 64 valid votes, 55 of the 64 gave it a 0 out of 10.
You know, this shit reminds me of? It reminds me, remember that time when Dylan Brooks was talking shit about Bron, and then he's like, I don't respect you until you give me 40. And then LeBron James just like whooped his ass, and then he was quiet and went home. This is what this reminds me of. That you literally try to talk shit about the show that you're on, and then in fact gets a worse rating. The episode that you're on gets a worse rating.
This is one to the lifetime type stuff, guys. We also got another super chat donation from Volup once again. Thank you so much, Volup, for the support. He says, Ichiban, Shinshinon. We got injected all in my veins. Not the juniors, though. Fuck you, Gato, for killing the juniors. I mean, I'm happy for the Super Junior tournament. Hopefully, the Super Junior tournament turns out well, and the winner goes on to beat Doki for the Junior Heavyweight Championship, and we can end our misery with the Junior Heavyweights being surrounded by the House of Torture. But yeah, this morning made me proud to be a fan of this crazy sport, whereas last night made me be like, what am I doing with my life?
That's kind of crazy, right? And one night,
I
what
felt
wrestling could do.
delirious laughing at SmackDown.
Yeah, I mean,
It is crazy. You can have that juxtaposition with pro wrestling.
it's funny, right? Because some of these commentators are saying like, "Oh, like McAfee ruffy some feathers." I'm like, people are laughing. People are not like really mad about it. They're laughing about it. Like it's mostly laughing.
Oh, I saw that Mark. I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that Mark Henry busted open clip.
I'm just like, he's trying to sell this bullshit to me. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, Mark. Like, don't try to do this to me. Oh no, he wanted to go back to the old days. It's like, we all know it's not going back to the old days, no matter what. Like, as long as these people are running it, it's not going back to the old, and that's fine. We've accepted that. We accepted that we are not going to get like the Attitude Era again, and it wouldn't age well in 2026 either way. We just want a good product. That's all we really want. We want a good show. Like, show us that you guys give a fuck. You haven't given a fuck in over a year. So, what good things can we really say? I mean, there's a few good things we could say, but overall, what have you guys given us? Because even this build up to WrestleMania this year is probably worse than last year.
It is worse than last year. I think it's official. After last night, this is worse than last year. They topped it. They somehow, some way know how to top it. But I feel like this card should be better than last year's card, but it really depends on what the fans are going to be like in the building, because I think that had an effect on why people kind of did not like a lot of night one of WrestleMania, because the crowd was very tempered, it seemed, and they were more vibrant for night two. But yeah, I think it's going to depend on that. We got Adrian, thank you so much, Adrian, for a super chat donation. He says, this was the worst episode of SmackDown ever. All AEW has to do at this point is exist and keep doing what they're doing. I mean, yeah, AEW just needs to not fall in to the Jericho vortex. Don't fall into extended long Jericho promos or extended long Jericho feuds and stuff like that. Keep Jericho at moderation. Keep him feuding with some fresh talent, whoever he hasn't feuded with, or people that he hasn't feuded with in a long time, but keep it at moderation on your TV and keep focusing on the wrestling, and they will be fine. The fan perception will continue to shift their way, and we've seen this year that the fan perception that we were talking about, they were winning that battle in 2025. We're seeing the result of that is in the ratings as of late for AEW Dynamite. I think they just need to keep on the path they're already on.
Same, and as far as AEW, what they've been doing, obviously there are things that they could get better at, right?
Yes.
They're not perfect either. At the same time, we're seeing way more good than bad from AEW at this point. And as long as you're doing that, those bad points are not going to really mean much, because your show is doing good and you're putting out a great product, and you're putting out even the pay-per-views. Pay-per-views have always been strong. It's been their strongest point. And I think that's helped a lot carry a lot of momentum, because at least we know now, like when it comes to AEW, we kind of know what the format is with AEW. When it comes to like these weeks leading up to a pay-per-view, we kind of see like, okay, what's the build-up is going to be? What feuds are we going to get for the big blow matches for the pay-per-views? And I think they do that very well. It makes for good TV. And even with Collision stuff, the way they've used Collision is like a continuation, and of what they left off on Dynamite. So that was also important, because they needed to do that. It's like, you guys have Collision, another 2-hour show, and to the point that it's like, oh, I could watch Collision consistently now, which is a good thing, because I forgot I was on Thursday. I was like, oh shit, I could watch Collision now. And the fact that it was on Thursday night, it was like, it was a refresher, because I had to catch up with Dynamite, because I was out in the movies and stuff like that. But it's been so much better just to watch AEW. Like, we're getting better quality matches, we're getting like better segments, better promos, everything about it that's just been better. And and it's crazy because WWE, their strongest point has always been like maybe like segments and promos. That's been their weakest now. So it's like the shift had completely kind of like where everyone's like, where's the story? Where's the story? Why haven't we gotten stories in AEW? And look, on Monday you had a thrown-in match. No story, but we're getting a match at WrestleMania, right? Their strongest point was storytelling, right? This is what they focus on. This is what we do. And it's been one of your weakest points now.
Unfortunately, it has. We also got one more super chat donation. Keep it coming with those. You guys have been awesome to start off the show, and we appreciate it. We'll highlight as many as you send, and we'll try to highlight some of the other comments as well during the show. Andrew says, imagine if it was Larry David from Curb Your Enthusiasm instead of Pat McAfee. It would at least be funny. Thank you for the super chat donation, Andrew. I would have loved if it was Larry David and he low blows Randy and he just breaks the fourth wall and looks right into the camera. And then they played over the speakers the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme. That would have been perfect. That would have been hilarious.
I probably would have fucking preferred that. I would have preferred that.
We got in the chat, thank you again, Andrew. We got Good Doer who says, is it a good look to have a bad WrestleMania build knowing that they'll be in Saudi next year? AEW has to take advantage. I mean, they should run a show during Mania weekend, maybe in like New Orleans to stick it to WWE. If they can run like their own like big show, maybe a stadium show during WrestleMania week in the States and help out the independent companies, that would go a long way in furthering this whole fan perception shift that's happened with AEW.
Yeah, I mean that has been talked about. Like, I ain't trying to give no secrets out. They were talking about doing something like that, but I think from what I understood, they kind of don't want to do it during like WrestleMania weekend per se, just because, obviously they want to make it their own thing, but they were talking about doing something to kind of like make up for that. They do that. I mean, I wouldn't know how they would do that, but, they, in 2020, is it 2027? No, 2028. They're getting the stadium of the future for the Jaguars. So like the cons, they've been working on that. It's going to be under renovation, and then maybe in 2028 when that's completed, don't be surprised if All In is there. Don't be surprised if it's at the stadium of the future.
I can see that. Yeah, we got Sanjo who says it's getting really desperate for selling out tickets for WrestleMania. Shit. Definitely has.
Yesterday they had a sale that said no fees.
No fees. No fees.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that ever. I've never fucking seen that.
Because after the 316 sale and then they did a 30% off sale, they were only like 13% less than this time last year. And this was like last week. And then this week, Observer reported that they were down 18% from this time last week because it slowed down again. So they're putting the big push. It's 3 weeks. It's less than 3 weeks left. Now we're 2 weeks left. This week, today marks 2 weeks until WrestleMania. They are putting that big push, and this is all part of it. Mr. Towns says, what's up, SP3 Josh in chat? Well, it's official. WWE is in their WCW 2000 era. I never thought it would happen. I don't know if they're in this era, but this is definitely akin to a WCW 2000 move, putting McAfee in a main event angle. Like this is why I agree with I think, it was Jordan who says, I don't put McAfee in the category of a classic paycheck collecting plastic celebrity. He gets it. I think he'll be a good heel. He has some Heenan in him. That's going a little bit too far in my book. Heenan is one of the all-time greats, and the only person who has Heenan in them is Paul Heyman. But I think that McAfee does make for a good heel manager, but this is overexposing him. This is putting him way above his pay grade when it comes to WWE. This is putting him in a WrestleMania main event angle. This is when you're going way too far with him. If this was him getting involved in Drew McIntyre versus Jacob Fatu, that might be a little bit too far for him, but that's more realistic to where he needs to be. This is just way above the point. Like, I thought I was not a fan of the whole him being positioned as being on the level of Gunther at last year's Backlash. This is worse.
You know, it's kind of crazy. You make a good point on that, because this is kind of like similar to like maybe like a Jey Uso, where people love Jey Uso because he was in his lane. He was a mid-carder. You kind of know what we're getting from Jey Uso, and then all of a sudden, no, what? We're gonna put you in a big title match for WrestleMania, right? And then you kind of fumbled on that with the guy. You know, that's what that gives me, because obviously Pat, you know, he has like his own space. People like him, you know, he's popular, you know, and I think WWE overexposing him over the last few years has hurt him, in my opinion. Him being on commentary has hurt him a lot, and then now you're bringing him back in this kind of angle, and it's just like, oh, like, what do we? This is what we're doing now. Like,
this is what we do,
right? And it's like, I don't know, and that's why, you know, you could be popular and you could be a fan favorite, but there's levels to it, and sometimes you just got to understand where that person is at. This is not it for him, and I don't know. You kind of saw the reaction yesterday. You're seeing the rating. You've seen the fan rating for Cage. And, you know, if people want to try to shit on Cage match, you could do that all you want. But guess what? When that's your big talking point, and when last year NXT Roadblock had over a 9, nobody was complaining about that. That was fine, right? Nobody was complaining about that. But now all of a sudden, oh no, Cage match, that stuff doesn't matter. I mean, you could try to deny all you want. It definitely does matter. Just like Dave's ratings, star ratings. You try to make it a mute point. It's not a mute point, because if you keep talking about it, you keep bringing it up, it's going to be a thing. This man used that in his fucking promo last night. So you're telling me they don't care? Come on.
It's a thing now. It's definitely a thing now. Kevin Abreu saying, what is worse, the mystery box from Elimination Chamber this year or Randy Orton mystery call? This is the main event of WrestleMania, Kevin. This is much worse than mid-card angle with a mystery box. That is so insignificant compared to the build to a WrestleMania main event.
And to be fair, the boxing we kind of knew was gonna be fucking stupid.
Yes.
And that's why myself and SP3 for a week, we were like, it's probably Danhausen. Why? Because that's the goofiest thing you could pull off with Danhausen, and that's exactly who it was.
Exactly. All right, let's get into the stuff. We got our Tru Heel Roll Call, probably the latest we've ever done a Tru Heel Roll Call, because you guys are awesome in the chat today. We got over 74 of you watching right now. Remember to drop the thumbs up on the video and stick with us, because we're talking about all of pro wrestling, including last night's Friday Night SmackDown. Our Tru Heel Roll Call, this is where we shout out those of you who supporting us across social media and here on the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel. Our top 3 conversation starters on our Tru Heels group page. We got Jermaine Packman, Joe Bellini, and Stewie John Palmer. Patreon backers, we got Volup, we got Negro Buck Nick Jackson, Professor Chris, Trey, Robert, Steve, Ladarius, John Martin, Dolores, James, Allen, Santo, Justin Rich, Chuck Berries, and Josh D from CT. Thank you so much for supporting us over at patreon.com/Tru Heel Heat. $3 a month gets you exclusive content, and the best way to support us when we are not live here, and you always get shouted out on our roll call. But let's get into what we missed, Josh, and we got to start off with Friday Night SmackDown. We've talked about it a lot already, so let's get into it. The show featured last night Randy Orton kicking off the broadcast in his hometown of St. Louis to massive cheers before calling out Cody Rhodes to brawl for a bit until the mystery caller was revealed. as Orton and Cody were brawling. Cody got the better of him, and then Pat McAfee making his return to WWE for the first time in over 6 months. He came out and low-blowed Cody in an RKO Everywhere shirt. McAfee proceeded to cut a promo about being sick where the business is right now, saying that tickets are still available for WrestleMania 42, and you have Randy Orton. He said, it makes me sick that we're coming off the worst rated SmackDown of all time. McAfee said that this business is going down with that worst rated episode of SmackDown last week. So that's why he called up Randy and he reminded him that he was a killer and that they could take this business back to the heights of the Attitude Era. He even dropped an F-bomb showing us that it's the Attitude Era all over again. Orton and McAfee put a beating on Rhodes all during this promo, and he tried to heal up on the fans, talking about St. Louis, the Rams left, and now Randy Orton left. It's a sad town from St. Louis, and they responded to this heel promo with Randy. Later in the show, Cody cut a passionate babyface promo calling out McAfee for being the equivalent of Disco Inferno, being the third man in the NWO, and calling him Logan Paul without the muscles. Cody stated that this business is actually hot, and he was in the main event of 3 straight record-breaking WrestleManias. Now Cody is going to listen to the voices in his head, and you don't want to hear what they have to say. Rhea Ripley picked up a win over Meechin. Post-match, Jade Cargill, B-Fab, and Meechin jumped Ripley again until Io Sky came out and made the save, reuniting with Rhea, as Rio are now going to stand up to Jade Cargill and company on the road to WrestleMania. Uncle Howdy scored a victory over Tama Tonga after a distraction from Solo Sikoa by accident. Post-match, Tama returned the lantern back to Howdy to the dismay of Solo. Aleister Black beat Matt Cardona in singles action. Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss defeated Bayley and Lyra Valkyria in a pretty decent matchup. Post-match, the Irresistible Forces came out to attack all 4 women. R-Truth and Damian Priest picked up a win over The Miz and Kit Wilson to retain the WWE Tag Team Championships, thanks in large part to Danhausen and a cursed referee who couldn't count 3 after The Miz hit skull-crushing finale. And then finally, you had Trick Williams, who interrupted Sami Zayn's United States Championship celebration with the assistance of rapper Lil Yachty to brag about going to his first WrestleMania, and he invited Yachty to join him at WrestleMania. This brought out Sami, who was booed heavily by the fans, with them preferring Trick and being mad at Sami for taking the U.S. title, which brought out the former champion Carmelo Hayes to interrupt all of this, to call out Sami for how he won the title and wanted a rematch, but Zayn denied his request until Williams goaded him into the bout. Later on, we had the main event, very good matchup, as Sami defeated Melo to retain the United States Championship. But post-match, you had Lil Yachty announcing that it's official, Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams for the United States Championship. He distracted Sami, so Trick got the jump on him and laid him out with the trick shot knee to stand tall with the U.S. title. This episode sucked. Sami and Melo was good again, but I said that last week. What did you think about last night's SmackDown? Any other thoughts with the Pat McAfee being the mystery caller? And is there any way to salvage this with the whole Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton? They had 20 years of story to tell with Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. Randy Orton becoming 2009 Orton again, and maybe even going after Cody's family and stuff like that. They could have done so much stuff with this, but this storyline has been about Stephanie McMahon, Jelly Roll, and now Pat McAfee?
No, I actually agree with that because that's why it's a weird thing, right? And this is kind of to our point where we were like, yeah, this feud is 2 years too late, right? The fact that you had all kind of easy. This was kind of a layup where you kind of had your story right there. It's like, God, like, you know, like you could use the fact that, you know, Randy mentored Cody and he's the one that brought him into WWE. So much things you could have done because of their history and because of their past, and where Orton's career went, and then where Cody's career went. So many things you could have done that could have been appealing, you know. Sometimes less is more. You know what I mean? Like, you could just sell a match; it could still be good, even with whatever you guys have, right? The history that you guys have. But then you kind of just went the route of, you know, you turned Orton heel pretty fast. Then you have the reaction that you've been getting. People are cheering Randy Orton way more now. Even when he was a face, people are cheering him way more now. You know, then you have, like you said, the thing on Monday with Stephanie McMahon. Don't understand what the fuck her involvement is in it. You know, because even the Jelly Roll stuff, because there is, you know, him and Orton had a match. That's forgivable. That's a little bit forgivable. But the problem with the Jelly Roll stuff was that Jelly Roll was the main fucking focus on that episode of SmackDown in general. That was the problem, right? Yeah. But Stephanie added nothing to it. And Lance Storm, I thought, made some solid points of how he felt, and he was just like, he felt grossed out watching it, and he had his personal reasons why. And I was just like, damn, like, I didn't even look at it that way until he said it, and I was like, oh man, that comes off bad now.
What, her getting upset that Cody says she's nothing like her father, even though that was a compliment?
Yeah, and I was just like, it was that. But then I think it was more of like he was also bringing up like the women aspect of like women's wrestling, right? He was talking about that. You know, he made some good points, and at least he wasn't bootlicking, which I appreciate. Like, he wasn't, like, he was being fair of how he felt. You know, I've always appreciated Lance Storm on that aspect, compared to like other former wrestling commentators when they do shit like that. And then last night, Pat McAfee. I mean, for one, he was the last person I expected for this, but then it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. And the fact that you're trying to sell this whole Orton, like, oh, I heard voices in my head. I'm hearing voices in my head. And then I've been talking to somebody on the phone. Yeah, this person convinced me to do this. It's Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee convinced you to do this, bro? A former punter in the NFL convinced you to do this? Like, he had to convince you to do this, bro? Even though you've had, a 20-plus career, you've been a 14-time world champion, somebody had to convince you to do something? Randy Orton, out of all people? Randy Orton? The Legend Killer?
Yep. The Viper?
Right? The Viper, right? And at one point, the greatest wrestler of all time. You know?
I remember that too, yeah.
So, I mean, he needed to be convinced. Sure. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Yeah, that's the angle that we're going with. It's crazy because they have so much talent. The shows shouldn't be this bad with the amount of talent that they have. And they could have told a way better story when it comes to Cody, when it comes to Orton. You didn't need all this throwing in wrench kind of thing. Like, hey, let's see what sticks. You didn't need all of this for that to sell me on a match for Orton and Cody. And then, you know, the rest of SmackDown, I mean, it is what it is. The trick stuff, am I big on little boat? No. I don't need them.
Little boat is crazy.
Little boat, like, you know, and then the fact that it's like, did we forget that this man had like a fan base of like 15-year-olds? Now he's an old ass man. Who he's gonna bring in to watch wrestling? You know, he's also a fucking Drake Glazer. So why do we have him there? You know,
I love we got somebody in the chat, GTA. He's upset. He says you guys get paid big money to hating WWE. Tony Khan paid you really nice. Man, if Tony Khan paid me, I wouldn't authorize Jimmy Macaram to be on this channel. Just to tell you, GTA, I would value the money that Tony Khan gives me, and I wouldn't have someone who naturally and genuinely does not enjoy a portion of AEW and hates Jon Moxley with a passion as much as I do.
He hates the Young Bucks.
He hates the Young Bucks as well. He hates Swerve Strickland. Like he hates all the people that y'all probably love.
Our graphic guy is pro WWE, so exactly. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, my guy. If I was getting paid by TK, I sure as hell I'll be glazing it up for sure. But I don't have a paycheck from the guy. I wish I did.
I don't have a horse in this race. I just tell you my opinion on stuff, guys.
Yeah, and the show, I mean, and WWE has sucked.
And the only money that we get is from your super chat donations. That's why we appreciate y'all.
Yeah, you know, and the fact that, you know, if you actually like listen to us, there are things that we do compliment. Like we've been very big on Trick Williams. You know how they've used them and how
Trick Williams. We've been big on Obafemi and Brock Lesnar. Like yeah,
right. And then to be fair, I haven't been big on Brock, but that's more here, you know, that's a different kind of thing. But to be fair, that buildup has been probably better than a lot of the main event stuff. That buildup to Oba. No, it is. It is. No, it just is. It is. Not, you know, and that was me being nice, right? You want me to be nice, right? And it's just like it's been better, right? And if the show sucks, I'm gonna say that it sucked, but they're doing good things. I would say that was good. Like Sammy and Melo last night, that was a good match. We got a good match, and we're kind of seeing where it's going. You know, we kind of saw the fan reaction of people being turned off that Sammy got the belt, and we kind of did see kind of like I want to say heel tactics, but you know, Sammy did beat Melo because Melo was injured. So I mean, you know, you take that with what you will. But to me, it kind of tells me it's probably going to be like a double turn because obviously people are big.
It feels like they are heavily leading into that. I did enjoy the main event, and Melo selling was great. And then the whole reaction to Sammy and the fact that they kind of leaned into it and acknowledged it does kind of lean towards the argument that they're going to do a double turn at Mania. Yeah,
and you know. Like there are things that I'm like we could be, but if you're talking about the overall picture of it, we're talking about like this is supposed to be the biggest company and the biggest show every year, and you're giving me shit. Then I'm gonna say that you're giving me shit. Like that's just what it comes down to.
Dion says WWE is creatively cooked. I don't see how they can turn this around. No more Road Dogg to blame now. More people need start pointing the finger at Triple H, Hayes, and Pritchard. Gotta go to. And then we got a few more super chat donations. You guys have been awesome with that today. We appreciate y'all for all the support. First up, we got Chuck Berries in the chat. Good to see you, Chuck Berries. He says, hey guys, when, if ever, do you think that WWE will reach their breaking point? I mean, by finally getting rid of Triple H, possibly bringing in Dwayne and Bryan for creative control. We're going to go more into the whole reporting about the Pat McAfee return and heel turn and his involvement in Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton. But like we touched on it earlier with the whole Ari Emmanuel apparently being behind this move. The fact that this is 2 WrestleMania seasons in a row, it does point to the argument that we're probably not that far away from TKO just being like, this is not going well. We're not selling enough tickets. We're not making the money that we were making initially upon our investment. We still are in debt. we got to get Triple H out of here and we got to bring in someone new and maybe someone with more name value like a Rock and having his team take over creative. I wouldn't be surprised if we're like 2, maybe 3, 4 years away from that, where that's actually a prevalent thing to discuss. I think that's probably the safest way I could see it. I don't see it happening in the next like 2 years, but 3, 4 years from now, if it's still on the downturn, then yeah, this is going to be a real discussion.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of just hard for me to even envision that because, like, obviously so many pieces have been there for so long. You know, a move like this hasn't ever been done, probably in WWE, in regards to like creative or getting rid of somebody creatively. In regards to Triple H, I mean, there's a part of me that believes like, yeah, he'll be forced out, but then there's a part of me that's like, he'll probably quit before they'll get to him. But I don't see him doing that either. That's the thing. I mean, it's a good talking point because it's like it's getting. I don't want to say it's getting to that point. I think what's saving Triple H right now was the year that he had in 2024, 2023, and he took over 2024. That's gonna buy him time no matter what. But I do agree with like more down the line, 3 years from now, 4 years from now. I think that's gonna be a bigger talking point, especially like if shit doesn't really turn around by then. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy that we got to that point that we have to discuss that.
Yeah. Alexis Bliss Gamer, I'm glad you enjoyed that matchup more than I did. I thought it was fine. I thought it was decent. I didn't think it was great, but I do admit that their first matchup was great. But it's on this show, Alexis Bliss Gamer. I think that's the issue. You're not going to get a lot of people that agree with you because it's on this show that not a lot of people are happy about. So even if it was a great matchup, I don't think anybody would be like mentioning it because of the crap around it. But it was one of the decent things on the show. I did like the matchup. I didn't love it. We got Volub in the chat with a super chat donation, and Volub knows me very well. He is correct. He says with the super chat donation, the only company SP3 would sell his loyalty to is New Japan. Shichenonin Ichiban Roar. World champion. So Shriek came out before him. Yes, Shrek. No, so Shrek came out before him. Yes, he's 23 years old. Our champion is 23 years old. You remember the last time WWE had a 23-year-old champion? Me either, because they never had a 23-year-old champion. The longest that they ever had was Randy Orton, and then he got turned on by his stable, and then he lost the title 3 weeks later. That's the last time WWE had anybody that was that young. Callum Newman. This is one of the best decisions that I messaged Rick Ucchino this morning, Josh, and I said one of my best decisions that I ever made for an interview request for Sports Illustrated is actually to talk to Callum before the New Japan Cup. That is one of the smartest things that I think, one of the clutchest moves I've ever made, where I stuck my claim. I picked the horse that I was riding with, and he rode me all the way to the sunset. Pause. Arr, Ichiban.
Now you could say, hey, you interviewed him and he became a champion.
The streak continues. What was our whole thing was, if we interview somebody, if we talk to somebody, they go on to either sign with a major company or they win championship gold. This is what happens. He was born after Shrek came out. Shrek came before him. Pause again. But we got Chuck
That's
Berry.
wild. That's wild. He said Shrek became before him. Like, wow.
Sure, we got Chuck Berries with a super chat donation. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries, for the support. He says, another thing, has fan perception ever been a true focal point for WWE? I doubt it, because they've already gotten your money, and that's all that matters to them. I think it was a focal point when Triple H first came into power, and I think that had a lot to do with the increase in business. Fan perception really led to the WWE hot period that we saw late 2022 into 2023, 2024, and then at the start of 2025. They were able to ride that hot streak because of their great fan perception from the stuff that they cut down from the Vince McMahon era and made better under Triple H, and they were able to use that to their advantage. It's when they started getting more lazy and not focusing in, zoning in on good storytelling at the start of 2025. They really felt, to me, like in retrospect, it really feels like their destination was getting on Netflix. And after they got on Netflix, they were like, our work here is done. We don't need to do anything after that. That's what it really feels in retrospect now, 14, 15 months later.
Yeah, and I've been saying that for a while too. I was like, ever since they got on Netflix, something has changed. You know, and you know, to your point, right? They were riding that hot streak for a while because even if there were certain things that weren't like great, look at how we were like, kind of reviewing like the PLEs at that time. We were kind of actually giving like good grades, like on those PLEs. Like we were like, hey, like this was actually a good show. Like, yeah, you know, it had a lot of commercials, but it was overall, you know, it was a good show. Like we were enjoying what we were kind of getting. And then even if WWE has some sour parts in their shows, because they're on that wave, it was kind of going under the radar, where it was kind of like, all right, like we will point it out, but then somebody will get mad. But then it's like, you know, we're just pointing out that it was bad. But because they're on that wave, it really didn't matter, right? On retrospect, it didn't matter. So I mean, those are good points because they were in the period, and then 2020 when they were doing the WrestleMania PR week, right? They were shitting on AEW, and because AEW decided to respond to it, people gave AEW shit for that, right?
Yeah.
But then last year they tried to do it again, and then people gave shit to WWE for trying
because
that.
AEW didn't respond,
and because they didn't respond, it made them look bad. You know, so there was a lot of like perception wise. They do care about regardless of what they want to say. They do care about their image. They do care about that stuff because remind you when they were getting all the, you know, like when The Rock got like the most dislikes on the on thing, they use that as their crutching point. Like, oh no, we got to put Cody back in WrestleMania main event. But then when Jey Uso had the most dislikes, we don't care about that stuff. We're not paying attention to that.
And if you want a recent example of WWE caring about fan perception, Pat McAfee's promo, that acknowledged that Pat McAfee basically cut a angry podcaster promo. That's what his whole character was in the promo, saying that, oh, this business is done. He was basically trying to be the negative WWE fan in that promo. So yes, it's still a true focal point for WWE. You heard a key example in that promo last night. That was WWE kind of turning the negativity and the criticism they've been getting into a story. They turned their low ticket sales for a WrestleMania into a story. This is all examples of it.
That's wild. When you got yo, that's crazy. You gotta use like, hey, our show's not doing good. You got to use that in a promo.
So we have never been at a
I've never
right
seen
now
that because even with AEW, right? When you know when Edge cut that rah promo and talking about restoring the feeling and all that stuff, and people were saying that, I don't think I've ever, even in AEW, I've seen people talk about like, oh yeah, you know, we need to get our ticket sales back up in promos. I've never seen that. So the fact that your biggest company in the world is using that for the biggest stage, I mean, that's kind of, I mean, it's sad. It's sad. But the crazy thing about all this, right? Realistically, WWE, they're still going to do over 100K by WrestleMania weekend. They're still going to do 100
in total.
100. Yeah, in total, they're still going to do.
Even if they don't hit 100K, they'll say they did.
Yeah, but they're gonna in that aspect, right? Of like when we're talking about it and stuff like that, they're still gonna hit 100K, and I think that should be their goal to 100K plus. Because again, you went back to a place that you probably shouldn't have gone to. Because if you went to New Orleans, this is probably not an issue. The ticket sales wouldn't have been an issue if you went to New Orleans, because people were wanting to go to New Orleans, and then those same people, when you pulled the rug, you did the bait and switch. They gave up. They didn't bother to make a trip. So I mean, they're gonna. And I think when it comes to that, they're gonna be fine. Are they gonna do less ticket sales? Probably, but it's not gonna be the end of the world. It's just funny how they act like they don't care, but then they do care.
Yeah, but they do. They really do. But we also got to talk about Monday Night Raw, which took place from Madison Square Garden this week. The show on Monday featured another great Brock Lesnar and Oba Femi segment, as Lesnar came out in his ring gear alongside Paul Heyman to call out Femi. Adam Pearce and security came out to stop this from happening, but Oba Femi came out anyway, and he wiped out the whole entire security squad, including launching one of the security up the entranceway, pushing past Raw General Manager Adam Pearce. Then the savior, Triple H, came out to get between Femi and Lesnar, trying to stop them from ruining their WrestleMania 42 showdown. Lesnar gave one of the security guards an F5 before leaving Oba in the ring. And just so you know that it's WrestleMania season, if it wasn't enough that you had the Madison Square Garden crowd who were on fire all night, that you see Triple H getting involved in the hottest program heading into WrestleMania, he says, how you know it's WrestleMania season? The big stars are out. My wife, Stephanie McMahon, made her return to interrupt Cody Rhodes' opening segment. She tried to give Rhodes a pep talk on what he needs to do to beat this version of Randy Orton, after Stephanie said Cody is nothing like his father, who get down and dirty with someone like Orton. Cody responded by saying that he knows Randy better than most. And he said Stephanie was nothing like her father. She took this as an insult and slapped Cody across the face. Stephanie then told Cody that he must think like this version of Randy Orton if he wanted to keep the WWE title, and Cody said he had 2 words for her: thank you. The Vision's Logan Paul and Austin Theory defeated the Usos in a street fight to win the WWE World Tag Team Championships, thanks to an assist from I Show Speed, who knocked out LA Knight with brass knuckles before Paul used those same knuckles to get the victory, and then Austin and him celebrated with Speed. The Irresistible Forces picked up a DQ win over Bayley and Lyra Valkyria due to outside interference from Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, and the Bella Twins. Then you had the number 1 contender, the greatest Royal Rumble winner of all time, Liv Morgan, came out to call out Stephanie Vicaire for a brawl after she got attacked from behind last week. They brawled for a bit, but this was all a setup by Liv, as she had the returning Roxanne Perez came out and helped her lay out Vicaire, lay out the reigning WWE Women's World Champion, as she got a measure of revenge for the brawl from the week prior. Penta scored a victory over Kofi Kingston in a decent match to retain the WWE Intercontinental Championship. Post-match, Penta announced he will defend the IC title in a ladder match at WrestleMania 42. How these people qualified, Michael Cole told us it was they won qualifying matches on Main Event on an episode that didn't air until Thursday, but they let us know who won. Thank you. I appreciate that. Raquel Rodriguez beat Io Sky thanks to a distraction from the Kabuki Warriors, as it seems that Io is setting up for a matchup against her former mentor Asuka. Paul Heyman came out to taunt Adam Pearce about not letting him show off his fight between Brock and Oba, where Pearce interrupted him to let him know that Seth Rollins was now medically cleared. Of course, this led to Rollins coming out and smacking Heyman in the back with the steel chair. He then proceeded to set him up for the curb stomp until Gunther came out and attacked Rollins and choked him out with a sleeper, making his return to Monday Night Raw for the first time in 3 weeks before pointing to the WrestleMania 42 sign to set up a showdown at the grandest stage of them all. And then finally, you had Roman Reigns, who came out for the last segment on the show until he was interrupted by World Heavyweight Champion CM Punk. They got into another brawl with security and officials coming out to separate the two men. Punk got the better of this brawl with a go to sleep, and then he proceeded to drive Roman Reigns through the commentary table with a Shield powerbomb before taunting Roman as well as the New York City crowd as he stood tall to close the program. What did you think about this week's Monday Night Raw, Josh?
Raw was by default was better than SmackDown. But Raw 2 wasn't like that good of a show. I thought the crowd kind of saved it. To be honest with you, like the way the crowd was hot, saved the show. The Oba and Brock stuff was really good. They've done a fair job trying to put Oba over, especially against Brock. And then even having Brock come out in his like wrestling gear, added something to that. Finally. And I know a lot of people weren't too happy about Triple H coming out. Everyone's like, "Oh, look at this guy making it about himself again."
Guys, he hates the spotlight. He was probably forced by Ari Emmanuel to be out there.
In retrospect, I mean, I see what they were trying to do, but the problem is that because Triple H makes it about himself so much, it's just a turnoff at this point. So it was like,
guys, he hasn't been on Raw since November. Let him have some of the spotlight.
Right. And then, it was funny. I mean, when I saw that. But I thought it was good. Like, their build-up has been good. The Seth and Gunther stuff, I mean, that was... the thing is that we know we're gonna get a good match between those fellas, right? We're gonna get a great match. But the problem is that there's no damn story because none of this shit makes sense. Because you had this man disappear for 3 weeks, no explanation, no nothing, and he just comes out to attack Seth Rollins for whatever reason. Maybe if you use kind of a thing with Paul Heyman kind of hired him, that could maybe save it. But even so, you kind of put Gunther in this tough situation where it's like, oh yeah, he's supposed to be the career killer, right? So that's what people expect from him now. But then not to give him nothing for WrestleMania at that point, it's kind of like, all right, like what do we, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen with Gunther? So the fact that Seth didn't have a dance partner, Gunther didn't have a dance partner because obviously the Bron stuff. That should have been his opponent, but, apparently they said he's cleared. I'm not buying that 100% because I'm like, if he's cleared, then you could use him. Use him. That was this has been your story since last fucking year. And you're telling me that this is not like for WrestleMania now? You're trying to convince me like, oh no, we're going to do this and try to build that back up. Your story was already there. It don't matter if Bron is 3 weeks out. So what? That should have been your story. That should have been it right there. You plug him in, guess what? We kind of know where that goes. But then to add Gunther, that's kind of like, that doesn't make any sense because there's no story there. What's the connection? But on hindsight, it's gonna be a good match. Both fellas, they're good performers. It's gonna be a great match. So yeah. It's like I'm not mad at that aspect. I'm not mad that it's happening. It's just the fact that you're a company about storytelling. You want to talk about, oh yeah, we do this and that, and this is a thrown-in match. In that aspect. And then like the CM Punk stuff. I didn't mind it too much. I was like, oh wow, we finally getting in the brawl, and we finally got Old Phil. But that footage with the fan recording was kind of funny because it was like, yes, the angry Phil I've been waiting for. But then he's trying to use like these terms, but like, oh, it's such wrestling. It's not cinema, you fucking jerk, or whatever the fuck he was saying.
That was off the show.
Yeah, that was off the show.
That wasn't even on the show.
Yeah, he was saying all that stuff, but I'm just like, Phil, haven't you been the one that's like corporate and talking about cinema and stuff? Like, you've been the cinema guy yourself. So what are you talking about? Now all of a sudden you want to be this pro wrestling guy? That was kind of the version I wanted from the begin with. That was the version of Punk I wanted. And then we never got that. I mean, some of the stuff was good. Like, the beatdown was good. And at least they didn't do. I couldn't deal with another talking segment between them. So I'm just glad that they just fought and that ended up happening. But overall, Raw wasn't that good of a show. I thought the crowd saved it.
Yeah. Alan, I know you're asking, what do y'all think? Who do y'all think replaced Triple H when TKO fired him after WrestleMania does bad numbers this year? We actually answered that, so you could just rewind back just a short while. But yeah, it's probably going to be a big name, The Rock, probably The Rock and his team, Brian Gerberts, something like that. Gaza, we will be reviewing the New Japan show on this show. We decided to start with WWE because we wanted to laugh to start off our day. I think it's always best for us to laugh when WWE does dumb decisions. So we will be talking about that after we get through WWE and also AEW. And we're doing a full review of the NJPW show on Monday. Me and Jay News breaking down everything that went down this morning. So you can also join us for that as well. Venom Hernandez, I agree. They do need to do a PLE in Madison Square Garden. It's been way too long since they do that. It's been way too long. And we got Alan who says, no SP3. Triple H told both Oba and Brock, y'all lucky I got a bad heart, or it would have been a triple threat match instead where I win. Of course. He's like, Opa, you're getting way too hot. You know what I think we should do? I should beat you. Just like the summer of Punk.
I mean, he gotta be careful, man. He got an easy big oven in his chest. He gotta calm that shit down.
And we got Power Driver Finisher. He says, yeah, the whole if you're over in Madison Square Garden, you're really over is a load of shit, in my opinion, judging by this episode. Isn't MSG the place that is supposedly a tough crowd? Not necessarily. I think that they were very enthusiastic for this episode because I was happy that they were this enthusiastic because it finally felt like a Road to WrestleMania episode of television from WWE. And I think that they did, the way they responded to Obafemi was louder than how they responded to Roman, Punk, Brock, Seth. So yeah, that adage, that whole saying is very much a honest statement because it did show where Obafemi is at in regards to the hardcore wrestling fans.
Yeah, and then also, I mean, yeah, the Garden's supposed to be loud. They were still loud. They still saved the show, so it doesn't matter. They saved the show.
Yeah. He says, I think Javon brought the energy of it being mania. Javon was on a freaking ad break segment. What are you talking about?
Wait, what?
He was on an ad break segment, and he had to basically beg the crowd to respond to him. What are you talking about?
He did what? 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 Yeah. Oh, that he doesn't usually make bad comments, but man, Pile Driver. I
don't know with that. You didn't hit the mark quite there, but let's talk about the fallout of the Pat McAfee appearance last night. So Pat McAfee is now part of Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes feud heading into WrestleMania 42, and a new report has details on how McAfee got involved. As noted, McAfee was revealed as the person who's been calling Orton to give him advice ahead of WrestleMania. He helped Orton attack Rhodes and ranted about how the Attitude Era fans are being left behind. According to Body Slam Plus, the decision to make McAfee in the program was not made by Triple H or the creative team. Rather, it came from Ari Emmanuel and TKO executives. As noted, Emmanuel believes that McAfee is a star, and the report notes that according to a source, the belief is that McAfee will elevate the feud and get it to where it needs to be, quote unquote. It was noted that obviously McAfee's recent comments about the business having passed him by were kayfabe, and it is noted that TKO firmly believes that that mainstream names will help bring more eyes to WWE and sell more tickets for WrestleMania 42. McAfee posted a video on social media after the appearance, vowing that if Randy Orton doesn't win at WrestleMania, he will be done appearing on wrestling television. He said, and I quote, "How about that, Marks? Never back on any wrestling television if Randy Orton loses at WrestleMania. I don't know how long the business will last if that happens, but I will never come back. I'm here on a mission to motivate a 6'5", 270-pound, 280-pound monster to lead the WWE. My friend, the legend killer, the GOAT, Randy Orton." WrestleMania 42 is set to take place in 2 weeks' time on April 18th and 19th at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. The show will air live on ESPN Unlimited in the U.S. and Netflix internationally. It was also noted by PW Insider Elite that this was also made for a decision basically based on the whole connection to this WrestleMania being the first to air on the ESPN standard networks as well as ESPN Unlimited. They wanted a face that was well connected from ESPN, and of course Pat McAfee has the Pat McAfee Show that airs weekly on ESPN television. So this was a move that had a lot of different pieces outside of WWE involved in mind with this decision here. So what do you think about the fact that the ESPN partnership and TKO having some part of the creative decision to make McAfee in a main event program heading into WrestleMania?
I mean, like we've been saying, it does come off like, I mean, it's definitely a desperate move when it comes to that. Like, if you need to get involved in that aspect, I mean, at that point, it's like, yeah, then those numbers ain't doing well for ESPN. So hearing that is not really surprising. It's really not, but Pat McAfee is going to be the guy that's going to move those tickets. I don't see it. I don't believe that. They have a lot of faith in him for whatever reason, because he does well with the college football stuff. I get it. I don't know. This whole thing is just weird, and the fact that we're even at this point where you need celebs to like sell your show. They have multiple celebs for WrestleMania this year. By the way, you have Jelly Roll, you have iShowSpeed. Which again, I mean, the actual speed stuff. Granted,
we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that.
Like I was pretty entertained with the kid. Well, I'll get to that. And then Pat McAfee. Like, I don't know. I just don't.
Little
see,
Yachty,
like,
you forgot Little Yachty.
You little boat. Little boat. I'm calling him Little Boat. I'm sorry. It's funny. It's funny because you call himself Little Boat. I'm calling you Little Boat. But it's just like you need all of this stuff to sell WrestleMania. Like we got into this point, and it all feels forced. I mean, the WWE stuff when it comes to like celeb stuff, I never mind it, but I think it's how you do it. All this shit ever since TKO has taken over, it just seems forced. Whereas like, oh yeah, this person is here in WWE. You should come and watch WWE too because they like wrestling and wrestling's cool again. It's like, no, it's fucking wrestling at the end of the day. you know, you might get some people to watch. They're not going to become wrestling fans. It's
an over reliance on it. Like when you throw so many celebs, like we've been through WrestleManias that had multiple celebrities on it, but when you're throwing them so haphazardly and you're making them a part of a main event program and you're throwing them on the show 3 weeks out because you're not selling tickets, it comes off very transparent of what you're trying to do. And it comes off very forced, and it's a level of overkill. You're overkilling the gimmick, and an over reliance on celebrities, it basically makes you come off as very desperate and artificial. It all feels like manufactured, and this is the problem with what's been going on with WWE and the TKO. You're making WWE into this very corporate thing that is not really the pro wrestling that the hardcore wrestling fans and the fans that you built WWE's name on really want from the product. And they want celebrities, and they want celebrities to love wrestling, and they want the celebrities that are big fans to be a part of it, and that can draw a different type of fan than the ones that are already, you know, in love with it and are not going anywhere. But when you throw so many of them and they're making them a part of big time programs, that's where you basically broke the dam, and now we're in basically the celeb era.
Yeah. And to me, I mean, again, that's how it comes off, and it's been like that for a while. And I hate when shit feels like that. You know, just because it's not genuine. You know what I mean? Like I like when celebrities are involved, when you could tell they love wrestling and they love the business, right? And it's not to say that I'm against these celebs that, you know, they get paid to be there, you know, because it's like, hey, you're gonna make your money. But you can see that there's a clear difference when it comes to certain celebrities being involved to others, and then it just comes off forced. And I feel like a lot of the stuff they've been doing when it comes to celeb involvements, just completely forced. And for me, that's become a little bit of a turnoff. It's not too much, you know. There's people who are legit like angry about it. I'm not to that point, but it is a little like it's become kind of like numb, where it's like this is what you're relying on then to sell tickets and to move your product and whatever the case may be, then you truly just don't understand the wrestling business.
You don't understand your audience either. But I do love this, and I think I want to say it was Ibu of Self-Made. He made the point of, you have all these people that have been like, oh, we want 2009 Randy Orton back. And I know I'm talking to the right people, because I know most of the chat had been watching wrestling at that time, and I know you did as well. 2009 Randy Orton. The people that are saying they want 2009 Randy Orton are the people that watched it in clip form, are the people that watched it as a TikTok feed. It's not the people that actually lived through 2009 Randy Orton, because all the clips you see online, if you weren't around at that time, that was like the first 3 months of the year. 2009 Randy Orton was one of the most boring heel wrestlers of all time, because he was surrounded around like uncreative people. He had a long feud with Triple H, where him and Triple H never produced a really great matchup. They've had very good matchups, like their last man standing match at No Mercy 2007. But all of their matches in 2009 fucking sucked. The John Cena feud that went from the summer to the end of the year is one of the worst main event programs in the history of our business. They faced 4 times in 3 months, and none of those matches are really memorable outside of the Iron Man matchup, because Orton tried to blow up John Cena. That's it. That's about it. And the breaking point matchup, because he handcuffed Cena and beat his ass with a kendo stick like a piñata. That's it. But the feud itself, there's no memorable segments from that. Everybody wants to, when they highlight the John Cena Randy Orton feud, they go back to 2007 and they go to him punting his dad in the head. And then the other thing that made Randy Orton in 2009 fucking insufferable, outside of the matches, outside of not really good promos, outside of the legacy never really working as a top heel faction, that was the peak of the WWE celebrity guest host era of Raw. And we are living in a celebrity guest host era now again. And it's going into Wrestle fucking Mania.
That's crazy how all that tied in. That's crazy how all that, like when you mentioned that, because the 2009, like I and that's always been like my thing when people bring up certain things, and it's like sometimes I had to ask people like, did you watch it during that time, like to say stuff like this? Because the version I saw, it had some great moments, but it was not good. It's not a good run. It's not It's not what I would want from the character. And in Orton's case, Orton, you know, when people talk about like his heel stuff, his heel run, and all this stuff, with Randy Orton, he's good in like moments and like certain like little aspects of things, but he's not like good like long term, if that makes any sense. So like when all the stuff happened with Edge, right, when he turned heel on Edge and that feud was going on, right, some of those moments were good, but then a lot of it wasn't good. And then it started to go on a little too long. You know, he wrestled Drew McIntyre and, you know, he lost and then he ended up winning the title. But then it was like kind of a moot point because nobody cared at that point. Nobody cared that he won the title. So in Randy Orton's case, there's moments that he has like great moments and he has like certain things that he does well. But long term, like when you kind of use Orton to an extent of like long term like that, that's where he usually kind of gets stale. And I think that's why a lot of his heel stuff is not good because it goes on for too long that he just becomes complacent. I know I'm not bugging it. It's kind of funny because it feels like everything's popping to my head about Orton. Whereas like Orton is great. And I respect the shit out of Orton. I think he's one of the, you know, I think in his own way in WWE terms, he's one of the all-time greats. But as far as like, if you're talking about like, if you really dissect his career, there's a big argument you can make was like, he was never Cena for a reason.
Yep. And yeah, King David, the people will highlight the Kofi Kingston rivalry that had that one great moment in Madison Square Garden, and then Orton just beat him and called him stupid on TV. Like that's the feud. That's the whole rivalry that they had to retcon it a couple of years later when Kofi won the champion. 10 years later when Kofi won the WWE championship.
Stupid. And it's like it didn't do nothing.
We got a super chat donation from Chuck Berries. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries, for the support. He says maybe ESPN will put out an article on the AAA struggles, similar to what they did on Jalen Hurts' struggles with the Eagles, light a fire under Paul to change his wicked ways, LOL. I don't think ESPN's going to do that because they got refrained from doing the letter grades on WWE PLEs because of the partnership, but they will report on real life news like they reported on the McMahon Janelle Grant case, which we'll get into in a little bit here. So that type of stuff does put a bad light on WWE. And I think that's where ESPN, if they're going to do any negative coverage of WWE or something that doesn't paint WWE in the right light, that's where they go. They won't do any subjective kind of opinion pieces on it. We got another super chat donation here from Dion. Thank you so much, Dion, for the support. He says WWF/E used to be middle class soap opera. Yeah, it used to be a soap opera for rednecks. Oh, sure, Indigo. Thank you so much for the super chat donation. You set me up for that joke very well. Sure, Indigo says the thing is 2009 was a bad year. The product was PG/G rated. Granted, it got worse after Mania 25, but yes. Yeah. Like this was the thing, but like Mania 25, like the build up to that show was was up and down. It wasn't like the best. Like the Orton and Triple H stuff was really good at that time with the build up and everything, because it was like very Attitude Era-esque. You had Michaels and Undertaker, and people were excited for that matchup. But then you had the bullshit fucking Cena, Big Show, and Edge storyline, which was fucking awful build to that WrestleMania main event. Where Vicky was in a love triangle with the Big Show and Edge.
Yeah. Yo. Oh my God. Oh God. I erased that from my memory, and now it just came back like a ton of bricks.
I remember all this stuff. I've got PTSD for a lot of this WWE stuff, this Vince era.
That was your thing for Mania 25? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God.
No, the Mr. Towns, I'm saying that it used to be a soap opera for rednecks and the middle class, like Dion said. Now they're gearing it to being a fucking soap opera for upper class people, because those are the only people that can afford to go to the shows now.
It's true. Unless these dudes
and they think those upper class. That's why they are going with the celebrity route, because they think the upper class are going to want to see all these stars being a part of WWE. That's what they're gearing towards. But we got other WWE news to discuss, because one of the bigger news from Monday Night Raw was Gunther's return and what it means for Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins will now set to face Gunther at WrestleMania 42 following a reported change in WWE creative plans. In the latest Wrestling Observer Radio, Meltzer said that it was a creative choice on the part of the company to book Seth Rollins and Gunther for WrestleMania 42 and not Breakker's medical status. Breakker, of course, turned on Seth last October, and the idea seemingly was to have him battle the Visionary at WrestleMania 42. However, he suffered a serious hernia injury in early February and subsequently underwent surgery. However, according to Meltzer, even though Breakker is now fully fit to compete, WWE opted against booking him against Seth in Las Vegas, as the creative team wants proper television build-up time for it. Meltzer added that the storyline involving Seth and Paul Heyman over the last few weeks was always to build toward a match between Rollins and Gunther. According to WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful Select, the match between the two was finalized the week before Monday's Raw. According to sources in the company, the decision was not unanimous, and as some people on the creative team wanted to have Rollins wrap up the story with the Vision. Another consideration was figuring out how to get Gunther on the show. Gunther had been reportedly planned to face Rey Mysterio, but Mr. Mysterio is dealing with a rib injury. The report notes that Paul Heyman is not expected to, at this time, to be in Gunther's corner. Heyman is representing the Vision as well as Brock Lesnar on TV, with the latter set to face Obafemi at WrestleMania. The two active members, Austin Theory and Logan Paul of the Vision, captured the World Tag Team Championships against the Usos on Monday's show. They have yet to be announced for a match at WrestleMania. Another update in the Wrestling Observer newsletter indicates that a shift away from a previously planned feud involving Bron Breakker. They had more details on that. The shift follows what happened on Monday Night Raw with Rollins getting attacked by Gunther. At first, many thought that Breakker was missing from the storyline because he was still recovering from his surgery. However, Dave Meltzer reveals Bron was already cleared to compete a few weeks ago. WWE simply decided not to rush the Rollins and Breakker right now, to build it later. WWE planned to have Rollins face Logan Paul, going as far back as the Elimination Chamber when he cost him that matchup, while Gunther would face Rey Mysterio. However, once Bronson Reed suffered a torn bicep, the decision was to switch to Rollins versus Gunther and shift Paul and Austin Theory into a six-man tag team matchup against the Usos and LA Knight. Gunther has been kept strong with wins over AJ Styles, John Cena, and over the past year. This new feud with Rollins keeps him at a top spot, and WWE builds towards WrestleMania 42, where Roman Reigns will face CM Punk. Meltzer also believes that Breakker could interfere in this Rollins and Gunther match as a way to keep Gunther unbeaten this year and go on to face the winner of Punk versus Reigns. What do you think about, if it's true, Gunther replacing Bron Breakker in the storyline due to wanting more time to build a story that started in October. What do you think, Josh?
I think it's pretty fucking stupid. That was your reason. Because and like I was saying earlier, like this was like your main thing, right? Seth Rollins come back to go against the Vision, right? He wants to take out the group. He wants to whatever the case may be, right? But then the whole objective is to him to face the guy who took him out, which was Bron Breakker, right? So you don't really need to kind of like build up a story when it comes to that, because we kind of know, especially if you knew what was going on, you knew that he was injured. Like we knew that Bron was injured. So even if he decided to come back, at least you still have, you could have cut in like 3 promos. That's all you really needed, 2-3 promos to lead up to the match. That's all you really needed. Why? Because you had Seth Rollins come out every fucking week being goofy anyway, wearing a fucking mask and having a bunch of putties around him, some weird shit. So it was like you already had him on screen, and then he's going, obviously him and Paul Heyman were having a program. So you easily could have just implemented, you easily could have plugged in Bron Breakker in that aspect. But then also, what was the point of telling, having, like he does the rehab and then, we're going to reevaluate him and see if he's cleared for in-ring action. He's cleared. Why didn't you just use him? And that's why it's a double-edged sword for me, because it's like, obviously Bron and stuff, there's an investment there when it comes to like what they were doing for months. Gunther and Seth is going to be a great match, but then there was no investment in that. Like, there was no build-up. There was no story to that. Gunther, you kind of put him in this pedestal of like what you were doing with him because he retired 3 people. And then the fact that you didn't have nothing for him because, Rey Mysterio was injured. You were waiting on an injury-prone guy to be healthy, and then he's not healthy. I got to call it like it is. This man got injured the week of WrestleMania. He had a match with WrestleMania, and you were waiting on him? You were relying on Rey Mysterio? What are we doing? He got injured in January. You're telling me you couldn't have nothing for Gunther by then? You can have something else? I just don't buy it. I'm not really buying that. And then it's like, if this is the case, then it's like you guys really dropped the ball with Bron, because so many opportunities to do shit with Bron. He could have won the title months ago. He could have done that months ago, and then now this happens. Where it's like, oh no, we're gonna wait. We're gonna preserve him. What bigger stage you're gonna have him on? That's not WrestleMania. That you're gonna Backlash? I don't give a fuck about Backlash. The fuck? They could have easily plugged him in. Who gives a fuck about Bill? You had your story there. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I did. This is just, it feels like Dave Meltzer doesn't want to admit that he was wrong, because he first reported that Bron was going to be, back in time, that he was cleared to compete, and he's like creating a whole nother new thing. But it just begs the question, like, how are you waiting? Why do you need more TV time for a storyline that started in October? Like, that makes no type of sense. Like, it just is basically covering up the fact that they really didn't have a plan B for Gunther, considering the fact that Rey Mysterio got injured in fucking January. You couldn't come up with anything else for Gunther after Rey, and Rey Mysterio wasn't even a good idea to begin with. Like, that Rey Mysterio whole thing was so beneath Gunther after he's already retired fucking John Cena and AJ Styles. It makes no sense. I know it's, he's gonna retire someone else. Rey obviously doesn't want to retire. And if Rey's gonna retire, everybody and their mama thinks that it should be against Dom. So why are you force feeding this whole career killer thing on Gunther when you don't really need to?
You didn't need to, and you can still use him. That's the thing. You can
Yeah.
still use him. He's
Yeah.
he's arguably your best in-ring worker in the company. Arguably.
Sure.
So it's like, and that's why it's kind of conflicting, because it's like, again, and I've been saying it, so you could clip me or everybody could clip me to defend me on this, where I have said Seth Rollins and Gunther is going to be a great match. It could easily even be one of the nights of WrestleMania. But the problem is that the company themselves has built this company based off of storytelling and telling stories. This had no story to it. That's where
it also doesn't explain why you left Gunther off TV for 3 fucking weeks. 3 weeks. Absolutely. You could have been building this. You could have dropped teases about this. Why are you just this? Like, it makes no sense. The whole Dave Meltzer report. Oh, they came up with this after Elimination Chamber. Then why the fuck were they not doing anything to set this up?
This to set it up, and then apparently they said it was planned for weeks. But I'm like, he was off TV for 3 weeks. What fuck you talking about? It was set up for weeks. Like, you couldn't have him on TV. You couldn't use him in some kind of like fashion. You could have had the segment similar to AEW, where he had Don Callis using Andrade to get hired by MJF to do his dirty work. You could have done something. Yeah. That could have been a thing. And who gives a fuck if people are comparing that? Who cares? Give me something, right? Give me something. When it comes to that. And that's why it's like, it's so weird, because again, like, we know those guys, they're gonna do great in the match, right? That's not.
This match could steal the whole show. Like, there's no denying that. But this is a place that really says their selling point, their whole thing is that we do these stories, we tell stories here. Unlike the other company, we rely on great storytelling. They don't have storytelling like us. And then you gave us a matchup that everybody wants to see. No one is denying that. Everybody wants to see this, and they have no problem. They will eat this up. They will forget that it didn't have a story, but you could have at least tried
something.
You could have made some kind of effort here.
Yeah, because to me, all it really tells me that Bron is not really cleared, and I think I would have been more accepting of that. Mm-hmm. Like, all right, he's not cleared, but then what makes it worse is like, you're telling me that he's cleared, but they're not going to use him for WrestleMania. How does that sound better? That doesn't sound better. That just sounds stupid.
But yeah, that's where we're at. We don't. Maybe Bron shows up. Do you think he shows up at WrestleMania?
You would hope so. And if he does, then to me, that's just gonna make it even. I mean, it would be cool to see him at least. Like, at least I'll know he's okay. And I'm like, all right, like, it's cool to see Bron on that aspect of a personal thing. Like, oh yeah, he's healthy, he's good. But the fact that it was like, you could have just used him for the match if you had him out. You could have just used him.
Yeah. We could have just skipped over this and could have just had Bron here. I don't know. Kind of, that seems like a better idea than what you did, but here we are anyway. But someone that we are definitely going to see at WrestleMania is John Cena, as it was announced this week that Cena will be part of WrestleMania 42 coming up in Las Vegas in 2 weeks' time. It was announced on Monday that John Cena will be the special guest host for WrestleMania 42. He announced it via a social media video on his on Monday that he will serve as the host of the 2-night event, making the reveal there. And his appearance comes after his retirement at the December 13th Saturday night's main event. According to WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful Select, the plan for Cena hosting the PLE was not in place when Cena had his retirement matchup. WWE made the decision to increase ticket sales. Sources close to the situation said that Cena was informed of WWE's plans in February and agreed to make the appearance. The former wrestler signed a new 5-year contract with WWE that he revealed following his retirement matchup. Cena noted that in late March that he was close to figuring out his new role. He says, I am working diligently to try to figure out my next path as a contributing and useful member of the WWE. I think I might crack the code, and I think we have something, and if the stars align and everybody signs off, I will be a whole lot more integrated in the system, and I'm very excited about the road ahead, and I'm just crossing my fingers that it works. How do you think this John Cena announcement as being the special guest host comes across? I don't think that is cheating at all. It just comes across as desperate because of it coming after the whole news of the ticket sales being down, and because it's so late in the game that it's coming about.
That's kind of where I'm at. But to me, it's like it does. I can see where like the perception of it feels desperate. There was people who were saying that, and the people were trying to just like, oh, defending it. Like, what's the big deal? He's just hosting it. I even saw like some kind of like content creators trying to like defend it and trying to like put down the fans who were upset about it. But it does come off kind of desperate. It kind of does. I'm not saying myself, I don't think it does, but I can see where, because less than a month, and I'm like, if this was planned for a while, you easily could have just announced this back in February. Like, you could have announced it weeks ago. So that's why, to me, it's weird timing. But then also, it's possible that they probably didn't know he was available, because he does film movies, he does do other projects. So I could see that being a factor too. So I'm gonna be more forgivable when it comes to that. And as far as like his role, I mean, it's not. I mean, what kind of role you want John Cena in WWE that you're like, oh yeah, I think we figured it out. We're gonna crack the code. I don't know, bro. You're talking weird. It's like, what is this? Like, this ain't Peacemaker. It's like you can have an easy job anywhere with WWE, but because we know he's staying with WWE, I don't think it's that big of a deal. He's hosting. There was people who were upset about that because they're like, hey, he said that, that was gonna be his last appearance, but people got that confused. It's not a big deal. He's hosting. He's not wrestling. People are like, oh, you easily could have used him for WrestleMania. I still stand by the solo Cena retirement show. Like, I still stand by that, because Cena did deserve his own show. So I stand by that. I don't think WrestleMania, it's like what AJ Styles said. It lost its luster. So, I mean, I didn't think there was a problem with spot to retire at anyway. So, him hosting it's not that big of a deal to me, but it does come off desperate.
Yeah. I think it can be both things at the same time. It's not mutually exclusive when it comes to that. What do you think John Cena will do at WrestleMania besides like the usual hosting duties of kicking off the show, announcing the attendance? Do you think that we get some type of interaction with him and Gunther, or interaction with one of the big stars on the show?
I believe so. I think they probably might do that a few times just to use John Cena. Like, hey, we have John Cena now. Let's just try to use them best advantage. I don't think it's going to be like a Cardi B thing where she comes out, cuts a crappy promo, never shows up again. Didn't even show up for night two.
That was crazy. I was like, she got paid so much money for that too. Like, that's that. Or Cardi B might be my worker of the year. I've seen enough. She might be my worker of the year for 2025 because she got paid all that money to just do like three things, and that was it.
She did the Playboy Cardi for Aiden, where he showed up. He showed up for 5 minutes and got paid $1 million. He was supposed to stay longer.
Oh, I love it. Cardi B, worker of the year. That Cardi B. Congrats to her. She deserves it. But yes, someone else who's going to be a part of WrestleMania, it seems, is I Show Speed. LA Knight didn't waste any time seeking his revenge on IShowSpeed after they went down everything that went down on Monday Night Raw this week. During WWE Raw, of course, Speed was sitting in front row before he was pulled over the barricade. When Logan Paul got the brass knuckles, he picked up the brass knuckles and then inadvertently blasted LA Knight with them. Later, LA Knight got Logan got a hold of the brass knuckles and used it on the Usos for the Vision to win the tag team championships. IShowSpeed had a visible fear on him, realizing what he had done and what was coming for him. Knight exacted his revenge during Speed's a live stream on Thursday. During the incident, Speed apologized to the former U.S. champion and reiterating that it was a mistake and that he was cursed and that he doesn't want to get involved in all of this. Speed shook his hand, but Knight had already made up his mind, and the megastar ended up throwing the streamer into his whole setup. Later in a separate stream, Speed showed off a sling with his face clearly bruised. Despite that, he urged the fans to tune into WWE, teasing more appearances. In the latest edition of the Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer said that the angle was executed to set up a six-man tag team matchup at WrestleMania, with IShowSpeed teaming with the Visions, Logan Paul, and Austin Theory to take on Knight and the Usos. However, Meltzer also added that if Speed isn't able to get ready in time for the matchup, that it would likely be a standard tag team matchup with LA Knight in the Usos corner and Speed in the Visions corner. The only time IShowSpeed has competed in a WWE ring was during the 2025 Men's Royal Rumble match, where he replaced an injured Akira Tozawa, only to be speared by Bron Breakker in a viral moment. WrestleVotes Radio and Fightful Select said that this is indeed the case, that this trio will face the Usos and LA Knight at Mania. The report adds that there are additional names being considered from AAA and SmackDown for the WWE Intercontinental Championship matchup. Monday Night Raw made the match official with Penta, Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, Javon Evans, and Rusev in the matchup. More names have been expected to be added since it was announced. And finally, they had an update on Carmelo Hayes. He will get a match at Mania, and the report notes that WWE is aware of the online criticism towards Hayes being left out of the U.S. title picture. But of course, Hayes lost to Sami Zayn on last night's SmackDown. But what do you think about IShowSpeed teaming with the Vision to verse LA Knight and the Usos? Hey, LA Knight got a matchup and it's going to get mainstream attention. So congrats to LA Knight fans, but this feels like a downgrade for a lot of the people in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. It does feel like a downgrade. It definitely feels like a downgrade for LA Knight. This is a guy 2 years ago where they said, oh yeah, he's going to get a giant push. We're still waiting 2 years later. And then you have him. I mean, in retrospect, you could use that as a silver lining. Like, oh yeah, it's gonna get like maybe a lot of views, a lot of attention because IShowSpeed is in it. IShowSpeed is one of the biggest streamers in the world. Like, not if he might be the biggest. So that kind of will put attention to that. People might not be in favor of that. I understand that. Because it is a celebrity involvement too, so it's like it does feel like a downgrade in that aspect. But I mean, the kid, he's been doing good, honestly. Like the moments he's been getting, he's been doing good selling. He even sold the shit on Raw where he didn't mean to do what he did, and then they're raising his hands. Logan Paul,
yeah, he's like he looked dead inside.
Yeah, it was like, fuck, like what did I do? And then that stream was hilarious where LA Knight comes in. He's like asking him, how did you get in? And LA Knight like, completely no-sold him on the question.
Yeah, he's like, that don't matter. That don't matter. He's like, I'm here. I'm here because you caused some shit. So I'm here for you.
And then I thought he did that. I thought he sold it well too. The fuck he threw him into the camera where he was like, oh, for the brass knuckles, this is just a receipt. And then he threw him. Yo, that was great. That was great stuff, man. Entertain me. I'll call it like it is. If you can entertain me, I call it like it is. And that whole thing did entertain me because it was like, it's IShowSpeed. He's harmless. And if he's gonna attract the kids, this is kind of a good way to do that aspect of like, when we've been talking about the celebrity stuff where it feels forced, at least with him, you could kind of see he's genuine about it. He likes wrestling. He's a fan. you know, and also like he's been taking some bumps. Like he took like shit. He took that. Remember that? What was it when he was that he took the RKO? He did the he took the
He was
spear
in the
from
Prime
Bron.
Bottle. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that fucked up his
yeah.
leg. I remember that.
Yeah, he got skit. He got a skit mark because of that. and then taking the thing that he did for the bump for on his stream, on his platform. I mean, you know, I like stuff like that because there's an appreciation of the guy caring, and for somebody that young to care that much, I mean, it's cool, you know. And as far as like, you know, him being plugged in for the match, I mean, I can see where it's a turnoff. I can understand that. Because again, there's another celebrity involvement. I understand that, especially for the Vision, where it's like, damn, remember the Vision was supposed to be the biggest thing, and now this is where they're at now too. So it's like,
yeah, like
but
even
then you
like
also have
Logan Paul.
yeah.
I don't like Logan Paul, but he kind of seems above this. Jey Uso, who was in the world title match at last year's WrestleMania, he seems above this. The Usos in general, who were in the main event of WrestleMania 3 years ago, seem above this. But I do agree, I Show Speed, he's just a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun to have around. I do like the kid and like his enthusiasm towards the business.
Yeah, I mean, and then even after like the stream, like it went off the thing, and then when he got back on, he was crying. When he was signing, he was crying. It was like, oh, he's like, he was bleeding from the mouth and everything.
This to me is the right use of a celebrity. This is where a celebrity should be, and I think that this is fine, especially if you get someone like LA Knight on the card. I can sign off on that. All right, we have some more celebrity WWE news. Lil Yachty, of course, appeared on last night's SmackDown alongside Trick Williams. WrestleVotes Radio and Fightful Select had an update on the hip-hop star, noting that the wrestling fan appearing in WWE, he's expected to accept the invite to go to WrestleMania. He's been in negotiations with WWE for a while, and it's also said that there's a possibility that his appearances on SmackDown would lead to a WrestleMania 42 relationship, possibly extend the two parties' relationship beyond that time frame. Trick Williams will face Sami Zayn for the United States Championship, and Yachty has been at multiple WWE shows and is of course a fan of the product. Then we had some news on another big matchup coming up at WrestleMania 42 that has not yet been announced. On Thursday's Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer reported that a women's division bout is planned between former champions and Damage Control stablemates Io Sky and Asuka. The two women have been embroiled in a feud in recent weeks. Meltzer said on the prospects of the matchup, Io Sky and Asuka is probable. From what I've been told, there's going to be 14 total matches, 7 on each night. WrestleVotes Radio and Fightful Select also reported that 14 matches were going to be planned for the show. WWE has yet to announce the Asuka and Io Sky matchup. As of now, 12 matches are official for WrestleMania, and they are Undisputed WWE Championship, Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton, World Heavyweight Championship, CM Punk versus Roman Reigns, WWE Women's Championship, Jade Cargill versus Rhea Ripley, WWE Women's World Championship, Stephanie McMahon versus Liv Morgan, WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship, AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch, WWE United States Championship, Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams, WWE Intercontinental Championship ladder match, Penta, Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, Javon Evans, and Rusev, WWE Women's Tag Team Championship, the Irresistible Forces versus Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair, and Bayley and Lyra Valkyria, and the Bella Twins, a unsanctioned matchup, Drew McIntyre versus Jacob Fatu, Dominic Mysterio versus Finn Balor, John Cena to host, and Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi. And then finally, we have an update on the Vince McMahon and Janelle Grant lawsuit. This is the latest update that has been reported by multiple outlets. A new report had additional details on the allegations from a new affidavit made by the Janelle Grant in her lawsuit. As reported, Grant filed an affidavit in her lawsuit that alleged that she was sexually abused, assaulted, and trafficked during her relationship with the disgraced WWE champion chairman. The 40-page document got into more details on her perspective and her claims of physical and sexual and emotional abuse suffered from McMahon and John Laurinaitis. As the previous report notes, the affidavit alleges that Grant was ordered by McMahon to serve herself to Laurinaitis. The previous report also noted that Grant claims that she was told by McMahon that he disclosed their relationship to Nick Khan and Brad Bloom, and that she was considered a corporate liability after former general counsel Brian Nertz became suspicious of McMahon and Grant's relationship. Nertz was terminated soon after, which Grant took from McMahon's comments to have been a result of his suspicions. Post Wrestling has reported on additional details, saying that Grant goes into detail about her abuse claims and says that she was under significant duress and pressure to sign the NDA, and that is at the core of the current arguments around the case. The defendants want the case moved to operation, citing the NDA. Grant's affidavit was filed in support of her legal team's argument that the case should stay in court. It includes a detailed recounting of her experiences with McMahon and Laurinaitis, as well as more details about her interactions with Brock Lesnar, who McMahon allegedly offered her to amend his attempts to sign Lesnar to a new deal. The affidavit notes that she was hired to work in the legal department in 2019 after meeting McMahon, who lived in the same condo building as her. McMahon is said to have pressed her sexually early on, and that she felt trapped in the relationship, particularly once the pandemic started, as they were both working from home in the building. She alleges that McMahon had unlimited access to me and to act on his sexual impulses on any day at any time. I could not escape from him at home or at work. Grant goes on to discuss the now infamous threesome she was forced to be a part of, which included John Laurinaitis. Laurinaitis, you will recall, was originally named as a co-defendant in the lawsuit, but was dropped from the suit after he agreed to cooperate and provide evidence. Grant notes that she sees Nick Khan's arrival in WWE as president in August of 2020 as a moment where things took a change for the worse. Grant was moved to the WWE Talent Relations Department in 2021 after McMahon spoke with Khan and Brad Bloom, and then about their relationship, and that brought her closer to Laurinaitis. And she states that she was forced into sexual encounters with him as they sexually assaulted her multiple times. Grant also said that in June of 2021, she was brought to WWE HQ and was offered in sexual manner to an unnamed WWE talent, but that I later escorted this talent out of HQ before any harm could happen. The affidavit goes on into detail about McMahon offering her to Lesnar, whom she says she never ultimately met in person, but had a number of sexual communications with on McMahon's orders. She recalls several instances where encounters were set up but didn't happen for a number of different reasons, including a previously reported incident where Lesnar was too drunk to meet her, and others where Grant was able to avoid the encounter. In one instance, Grant says that McMahon mercifully beat her Grant in order to prepare her for what it would be like to have sexual encounters with Lesnar. He also allegedly used a sex toy on her, which he said he would send to Lesnar with her DNA on it. She notes that she doesn't know if it was in fact sent. Grant states that in late 2021, she was contacted by Lesnar via text, and Lesnar ID'd himself as Polish Joe and asked for a nude photo. He also allegedly asked her to fly to Chicago, where Raw was being taped, and she notes, I now understood that I would not only be expected to perform sexually for Brock, but also would be expected to travel to other states to do so. Grant also says that Lesnar knew about her position, and that when she began to talk about talent relations, he reacted with rage and said that he hated that department, particularly Laurinaitis, and that Lesnar thought she was working on the legal department. The affidavit notes that in January of 2022, she was told by McMahon that an anonymous source was leaking information about their relationship. She says WWE was willing to help her with her career and that McMahon and Khan were ready to rehome me at a company like NBC or ESPN, and Nick would be the one making the call to get their contacts there. The issue then became the NDA, which McMahon pressured her to sign. She said that she interpreted McMahon saying that he would be double fucked if an NDA wasn't signed as an explicit threat of sign it or else on a deadline that backed me into a corner. Grant argues that the extreme stress that she was under, along with sleep deprivation and other attempts, basically made her accept the NDA. We also had a word from John Laurinaitis' legal team that issued a statement to Post Wrestling saying, my client has no need to comment on the salacious affidavit. Anyone can make allegations. Whether those allegations can withstand the harsh sunlight of cross-examination is another matter entirely. I note that after 2+ years of litigation, Mr. Laurinaitis remains the only party exonerated by an independent investigation commissioned by the WWE Board of Directors to review these matters and the only person dismissed with prejudice from this lawsuit. Those facts speak louder than any allegations made to distress a suspect claim. So we just want to state, if you know anyone who is being abused or if you yourself are a victim of sexual assault, help is available. Call 1-800-656-4673 to be contacted with the National Sexual Assault Hotline. Brock Lesnar and Nick Khan are going to hell. That's my thoughts. Any comments, Josh?
This thing is getting worse by the months. Every time a few months go by, feels like it gets worse. And the fact that, Nick Khan got mentioned the way that he did, and if that did happen, there's no way he should have a job. There's no way.
His contract expires this year.
So it's like, for as much as they're saying Nick Khan, it's a big part of the movement when it comes to WWE, you can't be doing shit like this, to turn a blind eye, to know what's going on. This is going to keep going until something happens. But that was rough. I mean,
yeah. Every
time I hear about it, it's always rough. But then it's like, damn, this shit gets worse every time. More of it comes out. It feels worse, and it feels worse because the people that are involved were, they knowing about it and they're not doing nothing to it because job was more important, and at least that one person, when he got suspicious, he got the boot for it. I don't know. It's pretty, and it's wild that people are still defending Vince. There's fans who are like, oh, she got paid. She did this.
And the fact that WWE made references to Vince this week.
It's tone deaf.
When you gotta know that they know that this shit is coming out. Yeah, it's just tone deaf. And Vince McMahon, he's got a special place in hell reserved for him. He needs to be under a jail. He should not see sunlight for the rest of his living life, which hopefully... never mind. I'm not going to finish that statement. But y'all already know. Y'all can finish the statement for me. Man, yeah. And thank you guys in the chat who, understand this. This is a tough subject for anyone to talk about, but we have to continue to update y'all because this is a serious matter that is not going away. And hopefully, I think all of us are hoping that she does get her day in court. Because that's what she wants.
Yeah. And honestly, I just wanted to say real quick that it's a good thing that we are talking about it and we are, giving updates on it, because there's been fans who still don't. They still they think that this is not going on. And last year when Brock came back, I made an Instagram story about it where. That was part of my dislike because of that. I'm like, bringing this man back when he's in a lawsuit. And somebody was like, oh, maybe it got settled. Maybe it doesn't. It's like, guys, it didn't get settled. What are you talking about? And I think it's good that we are still giving updates on it, because there's people who are like that, who are so unaware of what's going on. That's kind of scary, where you just don't know, like, hey, this is still going on. And then you're shocked when it's still going on. Like, do you know how lawsuits work? If you don't know, then you should probably be doing your research.
This is gonna go on a whole lot longer than they hope it will, but it's tough. It's tough to talk about. It's tough to talk about. But hey, we got to do our due diligence and keep y'all updated on it, and we will continue to anytime there's an update. And shout outs to ESPN, Andreas Hale, who did report about it, did write the story on this for ESPN, because it could have been very easy for them to sweep this under the rug and not address it. But I appreciate Andreas Hale for coming through and talking about that. But let's talk about your favorite time when we talk about WWE, Josh. C-level showtime. It's time to talk about WWE NXT. They did 572,000 viewers this week, and the show featured Kendal Grey versus Lola Vice in an NXT Women's Championship #1 contenders match that went to a draw in a stellar main event that got Dave Meltzer very excited. More on that in a bit. After a double pin and submission finish, post-match, though, there was a whole bunch of chaos as the both referees who called this double finish with the guillotine and Northern Lights suplex pin, they basically argued on who they thought won the matchup. Shawn Michaels came out to confer about the result, ending this program in absolute chaos and not knowing who was going to face JC Jane at tonight's Stand and Deliver for the Women's Championship. Mike Santana made his return to NXT and got to perform in Madison Square Garden for the first time as he teamed with OTM to be Dark State in a fun trios opener. Los Americanos picked up a win over Birthright in a decent match to become the #1 contenders for the NXT Tag Team Championships at Stand and Deliver. Jada Parker scored a victory over Kalani Jordan. You had Keanu Carver defeated Jasper Troy with Josh Briggs as the special guest referee. After Briggs attacked Jasper during the matchup, he attacked Carver after his win to lay out both men. Tatum Paxley had a face-to-face confrontation with Brooke Monroe, trying to get back her NXT Women's North American Championship, but she made a deal to get it, giving Monroe her first matchup at Stand and Deliver. Blake accepted and then tried to still keep the title, but Tatum got the better of a brawl, but it was Blake who escaped with the title. And then finally, Joe Hendry, Ricky Saints, Ethan Page, and Tony D'Angelo had a contract signing for their NXT Championship 4-way at Stand and Deliver that ended in chaos itself, with Tony D putting Ricky through one table while Page put Hendry through the other table, and then Tony D and All Ego brawled until referees and officials separated them. Any thoughts on the Kendal Grey and Lola Vice matchup? You don't have to bring up Dave Meltzer. We saved that for the news portion.
Oh, don't worry. The match was really good. The match was, it was actually a great main event. As far as the double, pin, the pin and the tap, I don't know how I feel about that. I guess it'll just have both ladies involved more. But I thought it was an overall good match. Kendal Grey is really good. Lola Vice, the thing is with Lola, but because of the way they've been using her, people forget that she has an MMA background, so she does have a level of athleticism. They haven't really tapped into that because I think they're more focused on other things with her. They had to pair it up with Mr. Iguana. It kind of felt like they're kind of using her as, like, I don't want to say a joke, but for other aspects than her wrestling. And this was kind of a showcase of, like, oh, Lola's actually decent. Like, if you give her the time, you give her the effort, oh, she could be good. And I thought it did a favor for both ladies.
Yeah. Kendal Grey, I've been on the Kendal Grey bandwagon for months, ever since Evolve started last year. I was telling everybody she had the best spear. She's Kendall Angle. She's got Kurt Angle in her vibe. So it's great that more people are noticing how great she is. And yeah, this was one of the better WWE women's matches of the whole entire year so far. Kendall and Lola, they worked so well together with like the MMA background of Lola working so well with the amateur wrestling background of Kendall. They just blended their styles very well together here, and it just made magic. And I wish my only thing is I wish the match would have been at the beginning of the show, because then you could have later on in the show announced that it's a triple threat at Stand and Deliver instead of announcing it at like 8 p.m. the next day.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Where it's like you could have just announced it sooner.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, HBK come out to do absolutely nothing. Like to pretend that, oh wait, we gotta figure this out, and you couldn't figure it out by the end of the night.
It's like everybody and their mama knew that there's going to be a triple threat after that finish. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you could have just announced that. You could have just said it, or like even on social media, like after the show, posted on social media. That would have been fine. And at least we're getting that. At least like that's what it ended up being. It was just a matter of timing. Whereas like if that was a finish, you could have just announced it sooner. Like that's fine.
Agreed. Then we had WWE Evolve. That show featured PJ Vasa picking up a win over Laney Luck, Nikita Lyons, and Callie Armstrong, and Wendy Chu to earn her shot at earn the opportunity to be the final entrant in the Eliminator Gauntlet for the WWE Evolve Women's Championship. You had the debut of Dorian Van Deuce, who used to be Mike DaVincio from Progress in the UK. He made his debut in a victory over It's Gall. Then you also had another debut as Starboy Charlie, now known as Chaz Starboy Hall, made his debut in a win over CJ Valor and Santi Rivera to earn a shot at the Evolve Men's Championship next week on the show. Then you had last Saturday, you had AAA Reina de Reyes week 3. You had on this show had one of the best matches of the week. Spoiler alert for all of y'all for best matches later on, as you had Laredo Kid defeating TJ Perkins, Jack Cartwheel, and Dragon Lee in a certified banger of a 4-way to retain the AAA Cruiserweight Championship. El Viscal scored a victory over his rival Abismo Negro Jr. in a one-on-one grudge match, while El del Vikingo called out Penta to challenge him for the Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania 42. But Penta instead stated he would face Vikingo next Saturday on April 11th on AAA on Fox. TNA Thursday Night Impact. You had the show featured Mike Santana kicking off the program to talk about his win at Sacrifice. He was interrupted by the System as he'll be facing Eddie Edwards at Rebellion next Saturday, and Cedric Alexander was there as well. He'll be facing Leon Slater for the X Division Championship. You had Leon, who came out to even the score, but then Mustafa Ali and Order 4 came out to state that the System won't be the only ones winning gold at Rebellion, as he will be facing Trey Miguel at the same show. So he said that they have made an alliance with Order 4 and the System, so they'll all be walking out with gold. This led to Trey Miguel and Moose coming out to even the odds, which led to Santino making an opening 8-man tag. Fun opener, as the System and Order 4 defeated Santana, Slater, Miguel, and Moose, with Edwards pinning Santana for a second week in a row. Later, you had Ariana Grace beat Zaya Brookside to retain the TNA Knockouts World Championship in the main event. Post-match, Grace and Channing Stacks Lorenzo surrounded Ariana's Rebellion opponent, Lei Ying Lee, until Santana made the save and laid out Stacks, and then had a brief promo exchange with Eddie Edwards to close the show. The Hardys came out to address the Righteous betraying them at Sacrifice, which brought out Vincent and Dutch, who wanted a tables match next week for the TNA World Tag Team Championships. AJ Francis scored a victory over Hometown Man. Post-match, Francis revealed that he was behind the attack on Nick Nemeth at Sacrifice, which pissed off Ryan Nemeth, but then he challenged Nick Nemeth to a match at Rebellion in Cleveland. And Tessa Blanchard beat Jody Threat in a Knockouts Buckhouse brawl. Later, Blanchard got trapped in the Undead Realm, where she ran into the returning Father James Mitchell as the show closed. But that's not the only TNA news that we got, as TNA is down one Impact knockout, it seems, Josh, as Dani Luna has exited the company, according to a new report. Fightful Select's Sean Ross Sapp and Corey Brennan report that Luna requested her release from the company and had it granted over the weekend. There's no word yet on the reason why Luna requested her release. She last wrestled at Sacrifice for the TNA Knockouts World Championship against Ariana Grace and Lei Ying Lee last Friday. The report notes that Luna is a free agent now and that there is no bad blood between Luna and TNA. She made her debut in June of 2023 and signed with the company in December. She teamed with Jody Threat as Spitfire, who had 2 reigns as the TNA Knockouts World Tag Team Champions and won the Knockouts Tag Team of the Year in 2024. Luna turned heel in August after Spitfire split up, and she feuded with Indy Hartwell in a very well-received a dog collar matchup. And in addition to her TNA work, she's wrestled in companies like WXW, Attack Pro Wrestling, Deadlock Pro Wrestling, and she worked in NXT UK in 2019 before it was closed in 2021. What do you think about Dani Luna leaving TNA? I think this is one of the biggest losses or departures from TNA over the last couple of months.
Yeah, especially for a freaking depleted women's division. You know, you keep using NXT women to be your champion. That should tell you something. And then now probably one of your best workers in the company just asked for her release and she got it. Probably just tell me, you know, opportunity. Maybe it was opportunity, or maybe it was because she didn't want to work with that dork Carlos Silva. I'm pretty sure he has something to do with it.
Yeah. Where do you think Dani Luna goes? She seems like a fit anywhere. I could see her like freelancing and be an independent wrestler for a while, but she also does fit in with like a place like AEW.
Probably AEW. I think AEW will probably scoop her up because she could still do independence while being in AEW. So that wouldn't surprise me. You know, because I mean, it wouldn't be so crazy even to see her in NXT, you know, sign with WWE, NXT, even though there might be, you know, there are a partnership, but they probably just use her mostly for NXT. So I could see her, but I think AEW seems like a better fit for her talents.
I agree. I can agree with that. And we do have our special guest has arrived. He is the founder of Dirt Sheet Radio. You can see him over there or see the content that they do on all social media platforms. He is our sixth man when it comes to the flagship podcast. He is John Escudero. How you doing, John?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Because my microphone is totally not the one that it's supposed to be right now.
How's it going, brother?
It is
great. You know, when for these fucking New Japan dates always confuse me. I could have swore that the show was tonight. I was like, my whole mind had New Japan on Saturday. So when I found out that it was last night, I was like, holy shit, I'm supposed to be up at like 7 a.m. How am I going to do this? I know I can do this. I was not able to do this.
It's okay. It's totally fine.
Hi, everybody in the comments. Thank you. Yeah, man. Sorry for being so late. I really wanted to be here. I love Tru Heel Heat. I love being on Tru Heel Heat. Trust me, it's not you guys. It's my own sleep debt.
No, I totally expected this. That's why I also started with WWE this week. But yes, we got a bunch of comments about Dani Luna. What do you think about Dani Luna leaving the TNA, John?
I'm not gonna lie. I had only seen like clips of her work. I'm mostly seeing the reaction and people describing her stuff. So I was like, well, I mean, that sounds like an AEW wrestler to me. I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I also know that there's history and like she was in WWE NXT in the system already, and it didn't work out. So like, people that don't like the system don't usually go right back to the system. So I don't suspect that she's gonna do that.
Me either. That's why I don't think she like TNA or NXT is gonna be her destination. And basically, TNA is the developmental for NXT at this point.
That it's, I almost, if they weren't so sneaky about it, it would seem cool. Like they have all these developmental systems going on, and that's a cool thing. But everything is so fucking nefarious with these people.
It very much is. You gotta call it like we see it, and yeah, that's how we see it. But we're gonna talk also about one of your favorite people, Mr. Dave Meltzer, as he got in a lot of trouble this week for running his mouth and being a fan of somebody. As a former Evolve Women's Champion, Kendal Grey has taken great strides in her career in the world of pro wrestling. Fans as well as experts have touted her as the next big thing. In the latest Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer went one step ahead and claimed that Kendal Grey will end up as the best woman wrestler that the United States of America has ever produced. He also said that the NXT talent is way better than Mercedes Moné at that same stage. Meltzer made the comment following Kendall's matchup against Lola Vice on NXT this week. The match didn't have a conclusive finish, leading to a triple threat at tonight's Stand and Deliver. According to Meltzer, the match showcased great amateur wrestling and MMA transitions. He also praised Gray's level of skills, considering her inexperience she is currently in. He says she's going to be the best women's wrestler this country has ever produced. She's way better than Mercedes at the same stage. I'm not saying she's going to be the biggest star but in the ring, who's even at her level of wrestling in the past, present, or future. There's nobody. Kendal Grey joined WWE as an NIL program in January of 2023. She captured the WWE Evolve Women's Championship last year and went on for a record-breaking 150-day reign. The young superstar recently relinquished the championship after a defense against Tyra May Steele and also won the Women's Iron Survivor Challenge last December. What did you think about the reaction to Dave Meltzer's comments that Kendal Grey is way better than Mercedes Moné at this stage of her career?
I I didn't think there would be such a backlash. I heard it live, live. I guess I usually watch on the YouTube, so I didn't think much of it.
Oh, I knew. I listened to it the next morning, and I knew this was gonna go. This is gonna go like this. I knew it.
I forgot. I forgot the Mercedes mention. Like honestly, mention Mercedes in any fucking form on a platform, and you're being watched. Like Mercedes fans do not fuck around. Like this is not a joke. I thought he was using her as like a benchmark. Like she's the greatest right now, and I think Kendal could be better than her.
But he didn't say it. He didn't say it. Like if he said, I think right now Mercedes Moné is the best ever to come out of the United States, but I think that Kendal is way better than she was at this stage of her career. If he would have fleshed that out and actually said that instead of just making the illusion. No. You can't. You
that motherfucker.
That.
I just, since I've been listening to the guy for 2 fucking decades, I guess I speak Meltzerese. I never even thought of it in another way. That's why I was like, I don't know. I took it the way he meant it. So if I guess maybe because I've been listening to him so long, and the guy's not a great orator. Like no. This is the thing that always, this time it was exactly what he was quoted to say. But a lot of times his fucking quotes, like a direct quote, is hard to even decipher. Like the guy, he's not a great orator, so him putting his foot in his mouth like this is not a surprise to me. But I understood what he meant, so I was like caught off guard. I was like, oh, okay, well, shit. I guess he should have fleshed that out more. I think I would have made the same mistake. Like, I got it. I got what he was saying. That's what I was like, damn. I thought it was a compliment.
The
but he
thing
said
is,
better than Mercedes was the key.
That was the key thing that everybody paid attention to. It's not only the order rating, it's the fact that he has a history of this. He's always kind of thrown little shades and little shots at Mercedes, despite him giving her the claim that she's the greatest United States woman ever. When she was having great matches in 2016 with Charlotte Flair, he always bigged up and praised Charlotte Flair way more than he did Sasha Banks. And he's even said online that he thinks that Charlotte Flair was a much bigger star because of the company, but he thought she was a much bigger star than Sasha Banks was. It wasn't until really Mercedes left WWE where he showered her with more praise because she's out of the WWE umbrella. But he's always had these little comments, and especially to black talent as well. And I'm a Dave Meltzer fan. I'm like you. I've been listening to him for 20 years. I always say I would not be on this platform talking about pro wrestling if it wasn't for Dave Meltzer, who kind of created the whole genre of podcasting and talking about pro wrestling under these kind of perspectives. But he is just really bad. And it's honestly, it's at this point, it's kind of what Jimmy Macarum said on AE Ramble this week. He was like, Michael Jordan at 60 years old would not be the best basketball player in the NBA. And Dave Meltzer at 60 years old is not the best person to talk about pro wrestling. He knows a lot. He's an historian, but he doesn't know how to communicate very well.
I was also thinking about how he has his penchant to he really likes the girls that come out of NXT. Like I don't, not in like a weird way. I don't even know if Dave Meltzer thinks about people that way. It's honestly weird. But in like he sees girls in NXT when they're getting started, and he's like, oh man, this girl's gonna be great. This girl's gonna be great. This girl's gonna be the greatest of all time. He did it with like Tiffany Stratton. He's doing it with Kendal Grey. Like you said, he did it with Charlotte Flair. He likes these girls from NXT, and I usually am. I don't always agree with him, but a lot of times he'll say something. I'm like, yeah, I already thought in that direction. I don't know if I agree. Hi.
Say hi. Say hi, John. Hi, Josh. Say hi. What are you trying to? Are you trying to give me Play-Doh to eat?
Look.
Should I feed you a Jolly Rancher like Lex Luthor?
What? Oh, it's a tart. Oh, a heart. Oh, thank you.
What did you say?
I said a tart, not a heart. It's a heart.
A tart to pray. It's a heart.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you for that.
I found my new iPad.
Sorry for the running, guys, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
No, I was just saying we gotta respect Queen Harlem. But I was just saying, I don't know. I've definitely given him more leeway than other people. I don't know. I'm probably the wrong person. I like Dave Meltzer. I think he gets so much shit that sometimes when he gets shit, I'm like, oh boy, it's here we go again.
Yeah.
But I could definitely see why people were angry. I mostly wonder. I don't know. I guess Mercedes probably has her own feelings about that stuff too. I wonder if she's gonna drop one of those magazine things that she does, or newsletter, and talk her shit. It doesn't seem to be like a normal. I don't think that thing comes out regularly. But whenever she's got something to say, that newsletter seems to appear. So I wonder if she's got something to say about that. I don't know. I thought he was giving her a compliment, but I guess I didn't really consider that historically he doesn't have nice things to say about her. Yeah, I guess it is what it is. He made a post afterwards, which he defended himself over all fucking day.
Over and over again.
He made a post, bro, where he mentioned, like, there's a lot of conversation about this Mercedes thing. No conversation about the Janelle Grant situation. Like, fuck. And I was like, yeah, this is just the way it is, man. If anything, you overshadowed it. But how could he have known? It's not. I don't know. Like, I don't know what people expect. It's us talking here. I've said similar things. I just have opinions. I think so and so is better than this person and at this life. And if people would probably not like it if they're fans of her. I don't know what to say. Like he should stop talking about wrestling. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying that.
No,
I'm
not you, but like
I just think
a lot of times when you like speak out towards what he said, and I'm like, I don't even know if there was something wrong with that. Like it was just a dude saying, I think Kendall Jenner is better than Mercedes Moné at this point in her career. And maybe he does. If he does think that, why not say
Kendall
it?
Jenner. He said Kendall Jenner.
And honestly, that goes to show how connected I am to that situation. I've seen Kendal Grey matches, and you know what it is too. By the time she comes up on NXT, I'm already like glazed over. My eyes are like plastic out. Like that show is the shits. I don't know if I can even. I don't know if I've ever enjoyed a Kendal Grey match because of all the other shit around it. I'm just like, she can move. She's definitely great. I've never been able to get into the match structure because I'm always fucked up from the show. So I don't really have no emotional connection to it. So I mean, I already thought it was wild for him to say that in the first place, but I guess other people agree that she's really good too. So
I'm the person. I take credit that I've been bigging up Kendal Grey for longer than even Meltzer has been doing it. But I just thought that was kind of like jumping out the window with the praise. Like I compare her, like I've said it multiple times, Josh could tell you, where I said I compare her to a female Kurt Angle. I think that she's that good and shows that type of potential. But I'm not willing to say she's better than this person at this stage of anything. But I am amazed at how good she is at this stage of her career. I'm not willing to put her up against somebody that has been doing it for way longer. And honestly, you didn't even see that much of Mercedes in 2012 of where he's trying to compare her of. He's never seen a Mercedes match outside of WWE before she got signed by WWE. So to say that is preposterous in general.
Yeah.
I haven't even seen Mercedes matches from that time. Like I know I saw
none of us
she got
had.
on NXT. I started watching her,
Like that's why I'm saying I know Meltzer hasn't seen any of her matches from the indies before she got signed by WWE. So why are you even saying that?
yeah. But again, he's gonna do it again. Like this is going to happen again. It's just the way that he is.
It is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I don't know. I kind of see it like like when you're having a basketball conversation and you start getting all crazy. And I don't know. I always compare these things to basketball conversations. Like this. I grew up in a world with very aggressive basketball conversations. People used to like. You would think they're almost coming to blows, but they're just screaming about like fucking LeBron or something. And you say like outlandish shit because you really like the person. Like, oh, yeah, man, this dude's greatest of all time. He's better than fucking Jordan or whatever. And then somebody else fucking goes, how fucking dare you? I never thought of it of like something to hook onto, like the latest controversy. Like, I don't know. I felt like it was overblown.
Oh no, it was definitely overblown. And we've already discussed the Janelle Grant stuff, so I talked about it.
Yeah,
no, I assume that's an important story. I imagine.
No, for me, the thing is that I think for me, I think like you could like pop somebody up without bringing others, and I thought him just mentioning her, I knew it was gonna be a problem because I was like, damn, Dave, you didn't really need to do that. You could still give the woman praise and say all this stuff. Now, do I agree with what he was saying? Not really, because it's still, she's still a work in progress, regardless of what we want to say. He's saying all that stuff, but I'm just like, at the same time, she's still on NXT. She's not getting the strongest competition. Now you can say that like if she moves up and then she's wrestling like a Becky or like a Charlotte or like their best women like Rhea or like Io, then I could say that. Right?
It goes to the point where what John just said. He said the same thing about Tiffany Stratton, and now where's Tiffany Stratton on the main roster? She's not even in the top 10 of the fucking woman on the main roster. Yeah,
you see what happens when you're not rehearsing your matches for 6 weeks or whatever. It changes.
See what happens, Dave? It's like,
Yeah,
what are you
but
talking
also,
about?
like, you know,
It's-
but I also think, like, I think that's like more it's at, where it's like, again, you could praise somebody, but then it's like sometimes it's like what you say is kind of just like, God damn, bro, like you know, easy on some of the stuff that you're saying, but then I think the Mercedes stuff was just like to say that, oh yeah, that she's better now than what Mercedes was then. I'm like, what? He didn't need to say that. Is it the worst thing in the world? No. I was like, yeah, Dave, because it's you. It's because it's Dave saying it. That's why I was going to get the reaction that it did. I thought he probably should have worded it better. Or he even could have said, like, oh, she could be even better. Like, she could be better than Mercedes, or like getting to that point that she might be. But for me, it's a little bit different when I look at wrestling in that aspect, just because I had to see more of it. Is she talented? Is she's really good at where she's at this early? Yes. I need to see more of it because in wrestling, we all know anything can happen. A year from now, you could be a world champion and then it don't even matter because your reign sucks. You know what I mean? And that's what happened with Tiffany. Tiffany was propped up, and then the crowd was behind her, and then once she became champion, it wasn't a lot of good
leaving. Like those old nudie said, she talking about leaving at 30. She's talking about Hollywood and shit. Which, first of all,
Sis,
all right,
you know about this life.
that's that Niccolo Piccolo in her ear. Like, hey, you can
Yep.
There's also, before we move on, there's also the fact that Kendall Jenner is like an NIL signing. She could decide that she wants to be a.
Why do you keep calling her
I'm
Kendall
actually
Jenner?
just gonna call her Kendall Jenner on purpose. She's an NIL sign. She might decide tomorrow she wants to be a hairdresser. Like, see, there's no guarantee with the people that came into pro wrestling and don't care about pro wrestling. I'm sorry. That's, if you don't fucking like this weird ass theater dance sport thing, you're gonna have a shorter career, bro. Not everybody, but a lot of people that don't like wrestling realize after a while, man, I'm giving up a lot of my life for this, and I don't know if I like doing this. And so 2 years into a main roster run, I'm gonna go do something else. I'm done here. I accomplished it. I feel like Tiffany Stratton might be feeling the same way.
She has a better chance because she's an amateur wrestler, but we'll talk more about Kendal Grey as her career goes on, but we won't jump out the window like Dave Meltzer did. Leo LaFleur is our last WWE news. He's officially out of action after an injury, and he had to relinquish the WWE Speed Championship. He made the announcement on Tuesday's NXT. On behalf of all of us at THH, our best wishes to Ilya LaFleur as he recovers from a arm injury that he suffered on the NXT Live event. But we had to bring it back, y'all. It is time for TIK TOK time. And this week, we're going to start off some WrestleMania theme TIK TOK time, guys, because we're going to do one that we always love to do, which is some fantasy drafting. But this time, we're going to fantasy draft a wrestling card. Yeah, that's right. We are doing WrestleMania matches fantasy draft. So the rules are we're each gonna get 8 matches that we're gonna put on our fictional WrestleMania card that have happened at other WrestleManias. So it could be from anywhere from WrestleMania 41 all the way to WrestleMania 1. But the only rules are you can only use the people in a matchup once. So if you pick Shawn Michaels versus Razor Ramon's ladder match from WrestleMania 10, you can't choose any of the other WrestleMania matches from Shawn Michaels' career. If you do Cody Rhodes versus Rey Mysterio, you can't pick any of the Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns matches. But that is the rules. You can have as many tag team matches or multi-man matches as you want, but like I said, that tends to be difficult with the people that are in those matches because you might want to choose them for other matches. But we're each going to get 8 matches, and we're going to let the chat choose who they think had the best card from WrestleMania matches of the past year, and you guys can come along with us and join us for the ride as well. But John, you are the guest or unofficial guest because you're the sixth man of our show. So we're going to give you first pick here. Oh, no, wait. Oh, wait. I think there's more. There's more to the panel because after her long hiatus and being off the show for the past nearly 3 hours, she has arrived. The princess of all the true heels is here, Miss Krssi Luv. How you doing, Miss Krssi?
Hello.
Oh, she wasn't ready. She wasn't
I'm ready now. And then I'm here and I'm having you playing in my background because I've been listening to you guys since before. Yo, you spoke about WWE for like 3 hours, son.
It was a lot to laugh about.
3 hours,
we had a lot
bro.
to laugh about. We had a lot to laugh about. It was a lot to
3
laugh
hours
about.
of sad shit. Sad shit for 3 hours. Sad shit. That's why I can't.
Hey, the chat was giving us all the super chats talking about Pat McAfee, so we had to talk about it.
Now, great segue to give it. No one ever thought about that. Was not on the bucket list at all. However, I think it's a bad ass decision. Did Pat have like something done to his face? Like, was he like? Did he have an allergic reaction? Like he was like mad red. Like one side looked like it was like bruised, and the other side just was like, "What do we do?" I can't change my pack. WrestleMania all the way up. Now, the day of the show, people will perform. They're gonna do what they need, but leading up to it, pack the whole thing all the way up. They should be ashamed of themselves. Y'all can only think about Pat McAfee as your go-to person. How many celebrities do we fucking need?
Pat McAfee, Jelly Roll, Lil Yachty, Speed.
Like,
Tom Brady might show up. Tom Brady might show up.
I'm sick of these niggas.
Yeah, they stopped arguing. They stopped arguing online. I wonder if that fell through. Like people just stopped talking about football versus wrestling. It just died.
Died after a while. But yeah, we'll probably bring that up more as the show goes on, even though we're going into AEW. But did you see the rules for our fantasy draft that we're doing here, Krssi Luv, for TikTok time?
I didn't get to hear the rules. I was a little behind, so I was hearing you describe that we was about to make a card and you were using previous matches, but that's it. That's when you put me on.
Yes. So you get 8 matches. You can use however many tag team matches, multi-man matches as you want, but you can only pick the wrestlers in that match once. So if you pick the Shawn Michaels versus Razor Ramon ladder match, you can't choose any other Shawn Michaels matchup. If you choose Undertaker versus Kane at WrestleMania 14, you can't choose any of the other Undertaker streak matches. So that's pretty much the rules here. All right, John.
Okay.
You got the first pick.
All right, so my opening match is Matt Hardy, Rey Mysterio, WrestleMania 19. Yeah. So do I give the whole card? Or
no. Oh. You can only get
one, right?
It's like a fantasy draft.
Okay.
If that's what you want your first pick to be. No, if that's what you want your first pick to be, that's fine.
No. I thought we were doing a card. I was like trying to structure it. I was like, oh God, I'm pulling matches through history in my brain to see the Jimmy Neutron shit that just happened.
Then it's Krssi, then it's Josh, then it's me, and we'll go snake style.
Okay.
So I'll have back-to-back picks. So
the first round is the opening match.
No, first round you can pick any match. You can structure your card however.
Okay.
Yeah, you can pick
okay, cool. So in that case, hold on to that because I was thinking like opener, like I wanted that to be a great opener.
I got you.
No, shit. So I guess I'm gonna pick Shawn Michaels versus Kurt Angle off the back. I love that fucking match. I want anyone else to have it.
I get it. I would have. I was wondering if anybody was gonna do that because that was on my list. That was on my list of matches to choose.
So
all right.
So I'm sorry to cut you off. He picked Shawn and Kurt Angle. So no one else can pick those people, right?
No one else. No. He can't pick Shawn Michaels and Kurt Angle. You could pick a Shawn Michaels or Kurt Angle match. You just can't pick that match.
Got it.
No.
Okay. I want to accord now. Okay.
All right. Krssi Luv, you're up next. Who you got?
I'm gonna pick Bianca versus Rhea versus Io.
Good pick there. I'm just gonna make sure I'm gonna write these down just in case for everybody. So yeah, you got Rhea, Io, and Bianca as your first pick. Josh, who you got?
So I'm gonna go with this was the match that actually probably made me a big wrestling fan to this day. Bret Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin, WrestleMania 13.
Fuck you
Okay.
guys. I hate you. Sorry. My apologies. I said that out loud. My bad. I'm with my first pick. I'm going The Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels from WrestleMania 25. And with my second pick, all right, this is gonna be.
SP3 think he's slick. He think he's slick.
It's only fair.
It's only fair, you know. I'm picking last. With my second pick, let's go with Edge and Christian versus the Dudleys versus the Hardys TLC 2.
Wow.
Damn it!
I had that on my. Oh, damn.
So that means you can't pick all those people that you just picked. You can't pick them anymore.
I can't pick any Edge match, Christian match, Hardys, Dudleys. So I had to get a good one in there. So I was just like, let me go for that. Let me go for that. I got my epic dream match, and then I got a big ladder match brawl on my list. So, Josh, you're next up.
I'm gonna go with a tag match. I'm gonna go something that was more recent. Dual Souls versus KO and Sami Zayn, WrestleMania 39.
That was also on my short list. You son of a bitch. Krssi, what you got?
Let's see. I will take the. Shit, this is really hard. Because like you can't choose those people ever again. Damn it. Okay. Rock versus. Oh, this is hard. God damn it.
You're on the clock.
Okay. I'm gonna do Razor Ramon and HBK. Ladder match.
The ladder match. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
First one. Very first one.
She went ladder match for ladder match with me. Go ahead. Who you got, John?
Edge versus Mick Foley, WrestleMania 22, street fight.
Ooh, that's a good one. And you get back-to-back picks.
Oh, okay. Austin versus Rock, WrestleMania 17.
That's where I thought Krssi was going.
Me too. I was so scared.
I was so scared. I was like, fuck. Who you got with your next pick, Krssi?
I'm gonna go Rock versus Hogan.
That's a good one. Big ass spectacle.
Yes.
Just make sure you're in Toronto. Josh. Josh.
Don't watch it on mute.
Mine's my pick. I'm gonna go way back. Randy Savage versus Ricky Steamboat, WrestleMania 3.
Ooh, nice.
That's a good one. You got a technical wrestling classic now on your card. I'm gonna go in a exact opposite direction. I'm going Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns, WrestleMania 40. I want the spectacle.
Okay.
I want a spectacle. Give me that. And then I wanna see motherfuckers beat the shit out of each other. Give me Gunther, Sheamus, and Drew McIntyre, WrestleMania 39.
Damn, that's a good one. Took that one off my list.
That's one of my favorites. Who you got, Josh?
This one I'm gonna go more recent. So there's gonna be another singles match. Actually, wait, I can't go with that match. Never mind. I was like, wait. It was in my head. I can't go with
he's
it
like,
'cause
wait,
somebody
I
already
think I may have used this person.
No, I did. That's the thing. I'm like, shit. So like, I have to scramble because I'm like, shit. I don't know. I'm gonna go with women's match. I'm gonna go with Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair.
Ooh, good one. That was on my short list. Son of a bitch.
Damn.
You got Krssi. You got Krssi.
I'm going to pick next. Oh, I got Shawn Michaels already. Damn it. Okay.
See, that's why it's hard. You see?
Yeah. Triple H and Mankind. Or was it Mick Foley at that time?
Nah, I don't think there's. No,
No?
that was four.
Yeah,
that's the
the
four-way
four-way.
at WrestleMania 2000. I wouldn't suggest that.
I
I'm
wouldn't
not
put
gonna
No,
do
okay, so no, I'm
I
wrong
wouldn't
one.
put that.
Okay, yeah, that's not the right one. Oh god. Okay, how about I'll do this one. I'll do did anyone pick the Usos versus Sammy and Kevin?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, Josh got
Damn
that.
it. Okay, fuck. Okay. God.
You gotta start pulling up the cards.
I know I have to just that's what I'm gonna have to do. Jeez Louise. Macho Man versus Ric Flair, WrestleMania 8.
Ooh, that's an underrated one. I like that. I like that pick.
Thank you.
Who you got, John?
I'm gonna go with one that doesn't get mentioned a lot, but I really loved this match when I watched it as it happened. Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio, WrestleMania 21, tag champion versus tag champion. They opened the show. It was really good.
Really good opener. I enjoyed that. Who you got next? What's your back-to-back?
Somebody mentioned in the chat, so I'm gonna steal it from them. I was taking the second Undertaker versus HBK match just because it's out there.
It's almost as good. It's almost as good. So I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And 107 Carnage, I got that one my first pick. If you were talking about the first one, I already got that. But nice.
That was like,
thank you for inspiring me there.
That was on my short list too. That was on my short list, but then it got nabbed up. So
nice deal. Krssi, who you got?
Okay, so to have star power and spectacle, I'm gonna have LT versus Bam Bam Bigelow.
I fucked up. I can't have that match because I have Angle versus HBK earlier.
Oh yeah, you do. You do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Krssi, I don't know if you wanna stick with that pick, but you could think about it because John does have to pick another matchup.
Okay, I'll think about you. Go ahead, John.
Go ahead, John.
I guess I'll go with again, chat helping me out because I forgot that match existed, but it is incredible.
Fuck you,
Bret
chat.
Bret Hart versus Owen
Hart.
Hart.
That's a good one. Saying, yep. I had that on my card.
That was literally my next pick. That was literally my next
Jordan
pick.
from Canada, my boy.
I will. I think. Well, I gotta run in a bit, but go ahead, Krssi. Pick your next pick.
I'll just keep my pick. That's fine. It's okay.
All right. Josh, go.
I'm gonna go with. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna go with Taker versus Triple H. Hell in a Cell.
Good pick. All right. I will try to make these picks quick so I can go. I'll keep in mind what y'all saying. I'll keep my headphones on, but I gotta run to the door real quick. I'm gonna go Bianca Belair versus Becky Lynch, WrestleMania 38, and then Charlotte Flair, Rhea Ripley, WrestleMania 39. I'm getting back-to-back women's picks.
Nice. What are people? I guess Yeah, it's just your turn, Josh.
It's my turn. But do I go now because?
Yeah, he said he was gonna be. He said he was gonna be listening. We got people watching us.
I got one. I got mine next. I got mine.
Shit, I don't even have mine. I'm like trying to figure it out because I don't know.
How many matches do we have on our cards already?
How many are we picking? What are we like? What's the agenda on this? Like,
it's supposed to be 8. It's supposed to be 8 matches, but I don't know if we're at like 7. Are we about to hit 8?
Me either. I don't know. I mean, I'll go with the triple threat: WrestleMania 30, Batista, Daniel Bryan, and Randy Orton.
Nice. I like that.
That's great. That's really
I'm gonna keep the same triple threat energy, and I'm going to pick Gunther, Sheamus, and Drew McIntyre.
Oh damn! Sid took that one.
You know, it's funny. Oh, he did.
Yeah. That one shit.
Yeah.
I was here. Damn.
See, it's hard. It's hard, yo. It's fucking hard.
It is. Thanks to Josh. Oh no, you go ahead. You didn't pick yours yet.
I didn't pick mine because I picked the same thing that he had, but whatever. Shit. Let's see. What do I have?
Tried to snake me and take my match while I was gone. Thank you, John.
Honest, too honest. See, you gotta be a cheater, man.
He's like, you gotta be a thief. What are you doing?
Yeah, man. First you say you had the same person. Oh, you're just too nice, John. Thanks.
It was gonna come up. I figured it was gonna come up later. So
yeah, I was gonna come back and take it back. Like,
that's true. That's very true.
I do have you, Bryan, Batista, and Orton. Josh, I wrote that down.
Okay.
No problem.
So, damn. I don't have Triple H on my card, right?
No, you don't.
Okay.
It's all about the game.
Yeah. So how many matches we're in? Like, how many matches have we picked so far?
This is Chrissy's 6th pick. Me and Josh already have 6 matches.
All right, so
that's 2 more. Krssi and then John.
All right, so we got 2 more.
I will go. Okay, Triple H and Bryan. Did anyone pick that one?
No one's picked that. That's a great match.
Took it out from under me.
Pick. Yeah, good pick.
It's like Triple H's best fucking wrestling match ever. Nobody talks about that, but that man was out there doing tiger suplexes.
He was. He definitely was. All right, who you got? Who you got with your 6th pick, John?
I was really hooked on Triple H versus Bryan, so I got to pick one.
He's like, I gotta ponder this one.
Yeah, it's rough. We're running low on good picks. At least the ones that are on the top of my brain. I was trying to do this without looking at the cards, but I've smoked too much weed for that over my lifetime. I think
exactly.
I know I've got Sean on my card already. Do I have Triple H? I haven't picked Triple H.
No,
he doesn't have like so many incredible WrestleMania performances.
No, he does not.
No Triple H. I was thinking Triple H Batista, but I feel like that one was more of a nostalgia thing. If I look back on that match, I'm worried that it doesn't hold up. All right. Batista and Undertaker chat is really helping me out here with that. Batista and Undertaker.
That's a good shout.
I don't have either of those people on my card. I'll take that.
All right.
I will also take
your 7th pick.
Kofi Mania. Kofi Mania is good shit. I was there.
God damn it!
That was a good one.
I wanted a Bryan
That's
match
a
on
good
my
one.
card.
I was trying so hard to think, and I was like, "Fuck!" His neck was fucked up. They put him in a ladder match the next year. What did he do? It was Kofi Mania.
Yeah. Good shout there. But yes, Krssi, this is your 7th pick. Who you got?
Okay, I'm going. damn, this is really, really hard shit. Like it's the matter of like not picking the same person over.
That's the fun part.
Yeah. Yeah,
No,
that's what
it's
makes it a
nerve-wracking.
little
My
bit
head
more
hurts.
difficult.
I have Hogan already. Damn it.
You
Does anyone have
you went
Kurt
on the safe side
and-
of all of this because you don't have any multi-man matches on your card yet. So
Well, I was gonna have one, and then you already picked it because I love that match. Multi-man match. What about the one from 40? It was a tag match. Did anyone use that one of Cody and The Rock and Roman and who else?
but
Was
you
it
already
Seth?
have Rock on your card. You got Rock and Hogan.
God damn it! See? Okay. See? Oh, okay. I know which one. It was from. It had the street. There's the ladder match. It had the Street Profits. It had But I have the Usos though, right? Wasn't the Usos in that match? No, they wasn't in that match. This is hard.
I'm not
shit,
sure.
yo.
I'm not
Was that-
sure what
was that
ladder match
Hollywood?
happened with the Street Profits. I think that happened on the SmackDown after WrestleMania.
No, it was during the actual. All right, fuck it, whatever. Can I have Brock and Kurt Angle then
Good pick.
from
Good
19?
save. Yes, that's a good save. Good save right there.
What's the 7 that I just had?
Yeah, that's your 7th pick. Josh, you're a 7th pick.
My 7th pick, I'm gonna go with. I don't know if anybody's picked this one yet. Bayley versus Io.
Damn it, that was on my short list, but yes.
Oh, from
no
40?
one's picked that. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Damn good match.
Yeah, let me pick another match from damn it, I can't pick that. Fuck, I just realized that.
No.
Had to erase that. All right. Let me actually think now. Damn it. I don't want to think. That's too hard. I don't want to pick anything from 36. I don't want to think anything from the pandemic. No.
No, we don't need anything from the pandemic. That's terrible.
Oh, you know what? I need another spectacle. This is WrestleMania. God damn it. Give me Ronda and Angle versus Triple H and Stephanie.
Oh my god! Oh.
that was the best match of that card. That was the best match.
Best match on that card too.
That was the best
And
match.
You know what? My shit is all spectacle. I got some in-ring classics, but I need me some spectacles to end this shit off. Give me the greatest 5 minutes in WrestleMania history. Goldberg and Brock at WrestleMania 33. Damn it.
It took it right from me. I was there. I was gonna close with that. I got nothing. My card ends with 7 matches now.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Oh, let's go. Firefly Flint. I'm totally good. I'm totally good on pandemic matches. That was great in the moment, but I can't rewatch it. I'm sorry, Alexis Bliss Gamer. I can't rewatch it. Josh, who you got?
And this is my last pick, right?
Yes.
So my last pick, I'm also going to go with a match from WrestleMania 33. I'm going to go with the ladder match with the Hardys return. Picking that match more for the moment. More for the moment, because the moment was crazy.
Yeah, because that
insane.
match was ass cheeks, but it was a good moment.
Right.
For the moment. You know what's crazy? Everybody, the thing is that, right? It was a good moment. It was a good moment. Everybody got what they wanted. That shit completely killed the crowd after that. They got what they wanted.
It was that Jeff Hardy and Matt Hardy did a legit ladder match the night before. So where the fuck did they get off thinking they were going to do anything in a ladder match the next night?
They did a better ladder match the day before. So, who you got, Krssi? With your next,
My
with
final
your
one?
final pick?
Okay, let's see. Damn, I got all of these people. That's the sad part.
So I'll give you your card for right now. You got Rhea, Io, Bianca. You got Razor, Razor
Oh my god, I
and
love that match. No,
HBK.
I'm taking that match. That is one of my favorite. This is what made me love wrestling. I was like, it was a fucking spectacle. Dusty, Sapphire. No, I got Savage already. Fuck me. But I love that.
You got
Yo,
that
that made me like really like love Sensational Sherry because she was just a fucking screaming, bantering lady all over the fucking place. And I was a little girl. I'm like, what are these ladies doing? And why are they look so pretty, but they get to fight? And I was like, I fucking love this. And I was like 4. But anyway, shit. All right, you was reading my card. I'm sorry. I apologize. I cut you off.
All right. You got Rhea, Io Bianca. You got Razor and HBK ladder match. Rock Hogan, Macho Man Flair, LT and Bam Bam, Triple H and Bryan, and Brock and Angle.
Okay. Can I have RVD versus John Cena?
I don't think so.
RVD, no, they didn't face at WrestleMania.
They didn't face at WrestleMania? I'm just guessing at this fucking point, to be honest.
He's like, I'm just throwing it. I just want to throw it at the wall. See if it's
I'm just throwing it, to see if it makes it, if it's good or not. I don't remember, like whatever.
You want me to help you?
Sure.
I have
I'm
a
not
good
gonna win
matchup
anyway.
that I couldn't pick. If you want to get more than one, I have 2 ones that I had left on my Cody Roman from WrestleMania 39, which a lot of people think is the better of their 2 matches.
Oh, the one that he
first
actually won where I picked him?
When Roman won, yeah.
Okay, I'll pick that one. Or what?
Or I was gonna say the first ever Money in the Bank, because you don't have any of the people in that matchup.
Huh. All right, give me the Money in the Bank one, sure.
You're literally the only person who could pick that match, because I think everybody else has picked someone that's in that matchup already.
Okay.
Who you got, John, for your last
My last match is gonna be, I love the plunder, I love the spectacle, I love the hardcore stuff. This one's funny. Vince McMahon versus Shane McMahon, WrestleMania 17.
That was another one on my short list.
They beat the shit out of each other, legit, because none of them can actually wrestle. So they were fucking each other up. Great match. I love it.
Very true. I love the fact that you have multiple matches from 2 different WrestleManias. It's great.
Mhm.
All right, so I put the poll in the chat. I just put our names. I didn't say who's better. Y'all just pick who you think has the best card. So we got John's card is the following: HBK versus Kurt Angle from WrestleMania 21. Edge versus Mick Foley from WrestleMania 22, the hardcore matchup. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock from WrestleMania 17. Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio from WrestleMania 21. Bret the Hitman Hart versus Owen Hart from WrestleMania 10. Batista versus The Undertaker from WrestleMania 23. Kofi Kingston versus Daniel Bryan from WrestleMania 35. And Vince McMahon versus Shane McMahon from WrestleMania 17.
Sicko card. I love
like
that
card.
shit.
Yeah, that's a good. I think you might. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's between you and John, yo.
Krssi Luv's card. She's got Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, and Bianca Belair from WrestleMania 41. She has Razor Ramon versus HBK from WrestleMania 10, the first ever ladder match. The Rock versus Hollywood Hogan from WrestleMania 18. Macho Man Randy Savage versus Ric Flair from WrestleMania 8. Lawrence Taylor versus Bam Bam Bigelow from WrestleMania 11. Triple H versus Daniel Bryan from WrestleMania 30. Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle from WrestleMania 19. And Edge, Chris Benoit, Shelton Benjamin, Chris Jericho, and Kane from WrestleMania 21, the first ever.
Word, I had none of those guys on my card, yo.
Josh's card. He's got Bret the Hitman Hart versus Stone Cold Steve Austin for WrestleMania 13. He's got the Usos versus Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn from WrestleMania 39. Macho Man Randy Savage versus Ricky the Dragon Steamboat from WrestleMania 3. Bianca Belair versus Sasha Banks from WrestleMania 37. The Undertaker versus Triple H from Hell in a Cell from WrestleMania 28. Daniel Bryan versus Batista versus Randy Orton from WrestleMania 30. Bayley versus Io Sky from WrestleMania 40. And the Hardys, Cass and Enzo, Good Brothers and The Bar, the ladder match from WrestleMania 33. Then finally, you got me. I got The Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels from WrestleMania 25. Edge and Christian versus the Dudleys versus the Hardys, TLC 2 from WrestleMania 17. Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns from WrestleMania 40. Gunther versus Sheamus versus Drew McIntyre from WrestleMania 39. Bianca Belair versus Becky Lynch from WrestleMania 38. Charlotte Flair versus Rhea Ripley from WrestleMania 39. Ronda Rousey and Kurt Angle versus Triple H and Stephanie McMahon from WrestleMania 34. And Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar from WrestleMania 33.
Wow.
So yes, now you guys let us know who has the best card. Who do you think had the better card out of all of us in the live chat? We'll keep that going for a bit here, but we got to move on over to AEW from this past week. We'll start off with AEW Collision from last Saturday, AEW Collision. That show featured, you had Divine Dominion defeating the Babes of Wrath to retain the AEW Women's World Tag Team Championships. Very fun matchup. What seems to be the final matchup for the Babes of Wrath, as after the matchup, they decided to go their separate ways. You also had the Death Riders, Jon Moxley and Daniel Garcia, teaming up to defeat the Private Party in a very good matchup. Tommaso Ciampa picked up a win over Ace Austin in a great match as well. You had Mina Shirakawa and the Brawling Birds beat Amina Belmont, Haven Harris, and Nixie XX. Post-match Triangle of Madness came up to interrupt in their post-match celebration to taunt Mina about the murder of Timeless Tony Storm before Mina and the Birds challenged Tekla and Sisters of Sin for Dynamite. Myron Reed picked up his first singles win in AEW over Johnny TV. We also had the Don Callis family's Aussie Open picked up a win over the Rascals in a very good matchup. However, Kyle Fletcher suffered an apparent leg injury during the matchup. And then finally, you had Kazuchika Okada defeated Kevin Knight in a splendid main event to retain the AEW International Championship. Arguably one of Kevin Knight's best performances in AEW so far there. Then you had AEW Dynamite this past Wednesday. They did 730,000 viewers, slightly down from last week, which did 765, but up in the 18 to 49 demo. And speaking of demos, the Demo God is back. We saw the shocking return of Chris Jericho for the first time in a year when he came out to open the program and announced himself as being home in his hometown of Winnipeg and back in AEW. MJF and Kenny Omega had a compelling contract signing for the AEW World Title matchup at Dynasty, where Max tried to taunt Omega by bringing up his diverticulitis and trying to prove he is a false god instead of a false idol instead of the god of pro wrestling that would be better off being dead. But Speedball Mike Bailey came between Omega and MJF when Omega got pissed, and eventually he issued a challenge to MJF for later in the main event, which MJF accepted. This led to Kenny Omega, Jack Perry, and Brody King beating the Demand in an awesome matchup on the card. God bless you. Post-match, then you had later on in the show, MJF defeated Speedball Mike Bailey in an excellent main event to the show. Post-match, Max tried to attack Bailey further until Omega ran him off and closed the show with Speedball. Mina Shirakawa and the Babes of Wrath, Mina Shirakawa and the Brawling Birds picked up a win over Triangle of Madness, with Jamie Hayter getting a pinfall victory over Julia Hart. Darby Allin came out to call out MJF until Don Callis family interrupt to announce that Allin could get a shot at the AEW World title if he defeats a hand-picked member of the Don Callis family, which turned out to be Andrade El Idolo at Dynasty. This led to the Callis family coming after Darby to try to attack until Brody King and Jack Perry came out to make the save. You had Kenny Omega, who also came out to stare down with Darby and let him know that he will honor his title shot if he wins at Dynasty. Christian Cage and Adam Copeland came to the arena with steel chairs looking for FTR, which almost led to Cage hitting Renee Paquette with a steel chair. Then they went to FTR's locker room where Cope and Cage assaulted RPG Vice, who were in the room in place of Dax and Cash. And then finally you had Will. Huh?
Suspiciously in that room. I have no idea why they were in FTR's locker room.
We'll find out at a later date. Will Ospreay defeated Pac in a superb encounter, even after a pre-match assault from Pac, who delivered a brainbuster on the ramp. Ospreay was able to survive and pick up the win, but post-match, he was jumped by Pac and the Death Riders until Jon Moxley came out. He stopped Claudio Castagnoli from stomping a steel chair on Will's neck, telling Will to be more careful and don't make this more personal than it already is. We'll start with Miss Krssi Luv this week. What did you think about this week's AEW Dynamite? And most importantly, the return of Chris Jericho.
I don't understand how you have the music there and you're still off beat. Chris Jericho's dad.
He's old.
All there, still behind on the words, all just terrible. Chris Jericho back. I mean, confetti, yay! I don't know what else you guys. I don't know. Like, I could care less. I really didn't give a shit. Like,
did you sing Judas?
I mean, yeah, I sang it.
I know it.
That's how I noticed that the dad was all off beat, because I'm like, we're already 2 words ahead of you, friend. Like, you know, but whatever. I am first of all, I always like Christian, but Christian almost about to hit Renee in the head is pure fucking magic, son. Like, the way I had to like go back and like rewind it back, I was like, did he almost really try to hit Renee? And he was like, no, we're not gonna try to hurt Renee. We're like, you have to like Edge is like the man of reason, like, no, relax. Like, chill out. Like, and then it was like, well, no, we're gonna just still beat you up anyway. Of the guys that was in their dressing room, like you said, suspiciously. I say the same thing. Like, why y'all here? What y'all doing here? Y'all trying to steal something? I know y'all got a dressing room somewhere. But yeah, that was my favorite part of the show, which was at the beginning of the show, actually. Like, when you saw Edge and Christian trying to, you know, kill Renee. And then of course you had Will Ospreay, like, you know. My baby.
Yeah, your favorite. I thought that would be your favorite part of the show.
I mean, it was. I mean, it's on my matches of the week, so you know. Yeah.
There you go. John, what did you think about this week's Dynamite?
I had a fun time with Dynamite. It's interesting that the numbers are so high lately. I was like, damn, you guys missed a lot of the hotter ones earlier this year, but I'm sure there'll be more. Right. This wasn't bad. The Chris Jericho thing. We spoke about it before, where I thought him going to WWE was going to be like the move. But I also did think it was going to be weird to see how Chris Jericho and Triple H and that worked out, especially if they wanted him to retire, which it turns out they did. So I'm pretty sure that was what made him tell them to eat a dick. I feel like most, if you're a big Chris Jericho fan, if you read his book or you watch his documentary or whatever, his entire career, he's always said when it comes to retirement, he doesn't want to do it the same way other people do it. He just wants to disappear one day. But he wants to do it on his own terms. So when the original rumors started that they were talking about putting him in a box when he arrives, one run and into the box, I was like, I don't know if he's gonna go for that. So the fact that he showed up on AEW TV after all this time with a plan, I can't get mad at that. This reminds me, he showed up on TV. They brought the Judas music back for the pop. Fine. But it was very clear that there's about to be a shift in direction. He's got a new look. He's got neutrons. It just says Jericho on it. I kind of just want to see what Chris Jericho has planned, because historically he's the best when he disappears for a long time and returns. So I'm actually kind of excited. I want to see what Chris Jericho is doing here.
They just have to learn the lessons from the past and not give us the overlong, drawn out Jericho programs and promos. That's the key to making this a more palatable return for Chris Jericho, and not one that runs out of fan support within a few months. That's the best decision that they can make. But
I was surprised that they brought him back as a babyface in the first place, but I guess that makes sense for the first night at least. I kind of still want to. I'm still seeing how this is gonna go.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. I don't see it lasting that long. It's Chris Jericho, for God's sake. But yeah, Josh, what did you think about this week's AEW Dynamite?
I thought the show was really good. I had to catch up on it. I didn't get to see it live. But I thought it was really good. And then them starting off with Chris Jericho. I thought that was pretty fitting, just because it was basically just to like make it clear, like, yeah, he's staying. And so I thought they did that fine, just for him to come out. The fans singing offbeat, like as usual. It was cool. I mean, it was cool. And like I said, like, did I want Chris Jericho back per se in AEW? No, because he was literally the worst part of TV of television for AEW. But I've also said that hopefully the time off did something. Maybe we'll get some stuff that's not overly bad, something that's just done right, not overexposing Jericho. Because I think that's been the biggest factor with his AEW run, was the overexposing of him. So I look forward to seeing what they do with him. But then also it's just kind of like, it's one of those crazy things where, he was on the way out to WWE, right? Everyone was like, yeah, he's expected to come here. Yeah, he's going to WWE. Yeah, they have creative. Yeah, they want him to do this and that. And then guess what? He shows up and he's back in AEW. So it's like that itself just writes his story. But besides that, I mean, Ospreay and Pac, that was a great match. Really enjoyed that match. The segment between MJF and Omega was fine. But overall, I thought it was a solid show.
Yeah,
I wondered why. I like the Ospreay Pac match a lot. I was like, the Brainbuster on the ramp was unnecessary. I was like, that he's already dying. Like, I don't feel like you made it look crazy. Like, a Brainbuster on the ramp, he should also be dead again. I don't know. It felt like we took it too crazy. Like, he had a whole match after that. Like, this is nuts. And then he won. Which, I mean, he squeaked it out. Pac got most of the offensive, but fuck. I was like, damn, that's a little much. You could have done a whole ass angle with a Brainbuster on the ramp. Like, damn. But it was what it is. It ended up being a good match. I think Brian Alvarez made a big deal about like him and Kenny Omega doing the same. I don't agree with him.
Me either.
I
tend to not agree with a lot of what Brian Alvarez said.
Lately, I was like, I really don't agree with anything almost. He's just entertaining to listen to. But the idea is that both Ospreay and Kenny were doing an angle where they have previous injuries that never go away. And I'm like, I don't know. I think of like Shawn Michaels and the broken back that never heals. Every time he goes down on the back, it's like,
exactly.
That's how it's supposed to be, I thought. When a wrestler comes back from a big
DDP
injury.
with his ribs. Like, we've
exactly.
been through this multiple times.
Yeah, I don't got no real issue with that. I just thought killing Ospreay on the ramp with the brainbuster probably should have sent him to the hospital. But it's fine. He's a fucking Kryptonian, this guy.
But I also think that he kind of because I know he also trained as a wrestler. I think that he uses that too much as a crutch to his opinions. And sometimes I'm like, I mean, that's what it is. They know that they've been injured, and us as an audience, we know both of them been injured. So it's like, might as well just use it part of the story. Like, it's fine. Matt Jackson was selling his back injury for like 5 years. So it's like, no different.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think this show had like 3 great matches on it. The Ospreay and Pac, and they were all different. Ospreay and Pac was different from MJF and Speedball. I thought Speedball was great in that matchup, and I like MJF getting a clean win for once. And then the trios matchup was the regular kind of AEW party match, but I really feel like Ricochet and the GOA have like excelled in the party match. They are like the best heel trio that has been in one of these AEW AEW party matches, because you have the difference of style where you have like Toa Leona, who could just collide and pounce everybody out of the way and has overpowering strength. You got Ricochet, who could do the high flying, and then Khan is the glue guy. It makes for really fun matches.
They're great. They're great trios. We're a pretty long way from the ops just kind of holding the trios belts for no reason. I feel like the trios division is moving. They've got Mystico and Chess Speed doing their thing all over the place. You've got second tier trios matches happening. So like if you decide you need a new contender, Gates of Agony are right there, so you can lead into things. Don Callis family was in the mix for just a little bit. I feel like the trios division is really it's really been they really focus on rehabbing it, and it's coming across great.
Yep, I agree there. And then you had on Thursday, a Thursday night AEW Collision. The show featured Jon Moxley picking up a win over Anthony Bowens in a solid opener eliminator matchup. Post-match, you had Will Ospreay come out to deliver the hidden blade to Mox until the Death Riders pulled him to safety. Then Ospreay challenged Moxley to an AEW Continental Championship matchup at Dynasty. Their matchup was already scheduled to be a grudge match, but now it's for the Continental title. Willow Nightingale beat the returning Hikaru Shida in a very good matchup to retain the AEW TBS championship. I like they did this little kind of like angle where Hikaru Shida looked like she was about to attack Willow from behind after the matchup with the kendo stick, but then she basically thought better of it. She was like, "Nah, I don't want to get fucked up by Willow." That was Speaking of returns, though, you also had the Hurt Syndicate made their return in a backstage promo, teasing that they want to add a fourth member to the faction. You had Divine Dominion score a victory over Ava Lawless and Kristara in quick fashion, while FTR did the same against Mo Jabari and London Lightning. Post-match, Cope and Cage came out with steel chairs to attack FTR security and go after the champs. They almost delivered the concerto to Cash until Stokely made the save. Then Cope and Cage gave a spear and a kill switch to 2 of the security guards, and then they delivered the concerto to the security guard after. Tommaso Ciampa picked up another win, defeating Juice Robinson in a good matchup. The Don Callis families, Andrade and Mark Davis, scored a victory over the Rascals in a rock-solid bout. Post-match, Kazuchika Okada and RPG Vice came out to further attack the Rascals for the injury to Fletcher until Myron Reed came out and made the save, fighting off all 3 men on his own. Kevin the Jet Knight, Mystico, and the Conglomeration scored a win over the Death Riders and the Dogs in a super fun 8-man tornado tag team main event as well. John, any quick thoughts on Collision this past Thursday?
I'm sorry, Impact. You might have to steal that time slot. I was like, damn.
I've been saying go to Thursday. They didn't
was like, damn. I like this Thursday thing, man. I was like, this really works. Back to back, AEW, get it out the way. Boom. I can think about it all week.
Yeah.
It's
I've been saying that for the longest, man.
That was definitely my biggest takeaway. That was my biggest thing. I was like, wow, this is really nice. As far as Collision, it's just another episode of Collision where Tony puts the pedal down on some great wrestling. I like it. I love Collision this way. And so does everybody else because the numbers are up. Collision is definitely like, it doesn't feel like a show you should skip anymore at all. No. Honestly, it's like you will definitely be missing a chapter of AEW if you just tune in on Wednesdays. Like, what the fuck you mean Ospreay and Moxley is for the title now? What happened? These things matter. I'm glad that they took it into consideration. If they had been thinking this way when Rampage was alive, we'd still have a Rampage.
We still have a fucking Rampage. Like, what are we doing here?
Rest
but
in peace.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And the one from last Saturday was probably one of the best collisions of the year, like with Okada and Knights, and then also the Death Riders versus Private Party and Ciampa and Ace Austin. Ciampa's becoming one of the best like TV wrestlers in AEW right now. So yeah, Collision's on a good pace right now. Yep. I love it. I love it. But we got to talk more about your favorite subject, not Ronda Rousey, Krssi, but Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho, of course, made his surprise appearance on AEW Dynamite.
That's our face. That's our face. Her face.
They StreamYard popped you out and everything. That was funny.
I was just laughing.
Yeah, he was like, what happened to us? Like, did I miss something?
Made a surprise appearance on AEW Dynamite this week, the April 1st edition in Winnipeg. The appearance took place in his hometown and was kept undisclosed ahead of the broadcast, but it seems that a lot of news came out right before Dynamite came on the air in regards to Jericho. Ahead of Dynamite, Fightful Select had an update on some movement in his career. Of course, as previously noted, AEW is said to have frozen Jericho's contract when he took some time off. Jericho has not been seen on AEW programming in about a year. According to Fightful's update, sources in AEW have a growing belief that Jericho will soon return, especially due to the nature of the Jericho recently trademarking the term cornerstone. Additionally, there's been a lot of internal chatter that Jericho could have been returning on that episode. Fightful went on to say that Jericho and AEW had recently discussed his television return. Fightful also reported that there had absolutely been talks between WWE and Chris Jericho in recent months. That said, there have been no creative plans for WWE for Jericho. Despite rampant fan speculation earlier in the year, it said that WWE never planned for Jericho to appear on the first anniversary of Raw on Netflix or a surprise appearance at the Raw Rumble or Elimination Chamber. Dave Meltzer also commented on the matter via social media, writing that he was told about a week ago by WWE to not expect Jericho anytime soon, if ever. Meltzer noted that this started about the same time that he filed for the Cornerstone trademark. Dave Meltzer also had more details following Dynamite about Jericho's return. Meltzer indicated that he received a text message a couple of days earlier regarding Jericho appearing at WrestleMania. However, not long after, Meltzer received word that Jericho would indeed be at Dynamite in Winnipeg. Meltzer then went on to say that WWE believed at one point Jericho was returning to the company, but apparently plans changed. He continues, so I checked with WWE because I know he'd been talking to WWE. They thought he was at one point he was going, and the response from WWE was that he is not coming to WWE now anytime soon and maybe never. So at that point, I kind of figured that by that he was going to return to AEW, because at that point he had done the trademark for the term, and I just didn't know what company it would be. Additionally, it appears that people in Warner Brothers Discovery were also made aware of Jericho's return before it happened. Meltzer also spoke about Jericho's AEW contract being previously frozen. AEW reportedly added more time to Jericho's deal since he took time off at multiple points for his Fozzy obligations and acting gigs. Meltzer noted that he was told that Jericho wanted to WWE wanted Jericho to come back for a retirement tour, but he speculated that perhaps that was not what Jericho wanted. PW Insider had more details on Jericho's surprise return. PW Insider is of the belief backstage that Jericho came to new terms with AEW for a brand new deal. Also, it said that Jericho was not present backstage until right before Dynamite went on the air. Jericho was reportedly driven straight to the venue about 2 minutes before the broadcast was supposed to start, and he went straight to gorilla position before his entrance. Jericho only appeared once during the opening segment, saying 4 words: Winnipeg, AEW, I'm home. That was all fans heard from Jericho on the night. Additionally, PW Insider notes Jericho did film additional content for AEW after he returned from the ring, and he also took part in a photo shoot. It's also said that he made the rounds backstage, introducing himself to talents that he didn't know. The return follows several months of speculation about a possible move to WWE. Wrestling Observer newsletter reports that Jericho is likely back with AEW long term, and that a potential return to WWE is dead for now. Meltzer noted that WWE's interest in Jericho was limited to a retirement tour and farewell. He adds that at one point, WWE reportedly planned 2026 around retirement like that of AJ Styles and Brock Lesnar, and that Jericho would fit into that. There were brief on-screen teases for Jericho in WWE. Adam Pearce and CM Punk hinted at a Jericho return, but no follow-up materialized, while Chris Jericho was linked to both companies as late as last week. A source in WWE told the Wrestling Observer newsletter that Jericho would not be coming in anytime soon and maybe never. Jericho's AEW return was reportedly communicated to WBD shortly before Dynamite. He arrived minutes before the show, and while some online discussions surfaced ahead of the event, they did not significantly affect ticket sales. Jericho's contract reportedly expired at the end of 2025, but Tony Khan extended it to account for the time Jericho missed for various reasons, and there's no official announcement regarding Jericho's next storyline direction. Details about his role following the return remain unclear, with no confirmed matches or segments beyond the appearance itself. So my question to you, we'll start with Josh. Does Chris Jericho's return signal a decline of any way for the current hot streak that AEW is on?
Oh shit.
To you.
To me, probably not. It could have a negative effect, because the thing is that when Jericho was on TV, right? And I've been saying that he's probably the worst part of the TV. This was also during the period where AEW was pretty down too. Yeah. And then once he left, they actually got better. So, I mean, when it comes to their overall product. So even if he is still probably possibly being the worst part of the team of their TV, they're hitting so many marks that I don't think it's going to be that big of an effect. At least in my opinion, just because they've been on this hot streak. I don't think he's going to be the big cause of it, But then also, if he is, then TK probably should be more mindful of that, of seeing the numbers and seeing that stuff. And I think he's also, he's gotten better at that, seeing hey, if we use this person, ratings and the numbers have gone up in certain aspects. So I think when it comes to that, he just has to be more mindful of maybe we should use Jericho less and our numbers will go back up, when it comes to that. But me personally, I don't think it's going to really affect it that much.
What about you, John? What do you think about the Jericho effect to the current hot streak that they're on? I think you're muted, John.
God damn it. All right, I'm here now. I'm sure you. I don't think it's going to affect it in either way, in either direction, in any big way. I don't think it's going to shoot the ratings up. I don't think it's going to tank the ratings. I also don't think it's going to affect. I mean, the idea that Chris Jericho just being there is going to change the way TV works also doesn't track. I imagine the creative process is still going to be what it was the past few days. I mean, Tony Khan says he shifted last January. As far as how creative works, I think Chris Jericho was one of those voices originally that might be having less power right now is he was a creative consultant. I don't know if anybody remembers that was a thing. That was a Jericho title. And then since he's been gone, Tony's changed the way things work. I don't think Jericho coming back is gonna shift the way TV works again. Or at least I hope not. We'll notice. We'll notice next week if they're fucking doing Learning Tree style, Broadway 1980s rock band dream living shit next year or next week. Then we'll know Chris Jericho's in the office fucking shit up. But I don't know. I'm not really expecting him to ruin anything. I'm still waiting to see what his first feud is going to be, though. Who he's going to be in the ring with, or what kind of stories are going to be telling here. It's still too early. I guess the purple jacket isn't enough for me to know yet. This is. I guess I'll let you guys finish this because there was just a funny update from Body Slam about Cody Rhodes promo last night after the Pat McAfee thing. I gotta let you know we gotta come back to that. Or we're gonna finish with the Jericho thing now because once I bring this up,
we're asking Krssi Luv. What do you think? I know you weren't too pleased about the Jericho update last week. Does it hurt your investment in AEW that Jericho's back?
No. Like John was saying, it's just very early still. I just hope that they see like that they are on a hot streak and don't let him put too much input where he's going to now like ruin it. But I have faith in like the people that he have behind him over there, Tony Khan over there. He can definitely deliver and keep going on this hot streak too. Chris Jericho is giving us very housewife with that straight hair and mustache now. I was like, ooh, look at this.
He was in good shape. He was in good shape. So that's a positive.
He looked better than when he left. So, I was like, okay. I was like, what's different? I was like, oh, he has the mustache now. He's going back that way. He looks a little younger. He colored the hair and, the little hair plugs that he had because he was receding. It was very thin. But he must have went somewhere and got it taken care of. He has the money. He could do so.
To MJF.
Yeah. He was like,
with the turkey.
Where'd you get that done, bro?
Let me get those
those plugs.
Embrace the baldness, you cowards.
That's what I'm saying.
Embrace that shit.
You might look sexier, yo.
They don't know. Hair people don't know the feeling of a fresh shave. when you first get that shit off, boy.
It helps. What was the update on the Cody promo?
It's just funny because it had that vibe. I think if you knew already. But he definitely got sent out there by creative and told to shoot from the hip regarding TKO and Pat McAfee. Like he was told that directly by creative to go do that. So that
I'm not surprised at all. You could tell from the promo. Yeah. I know who represents you.
It's so fucking crazy because it's like
dumb.
I want to believe that this is some plan and we're good and this is exactly how they want it to go. We want it to feel like a shoot. It's WWE Unreal, but also you get this tinge, and it was there with The Rock before, but The Rock is so not interested in wrestling now that it's just kind of slid over to all of TKO, where they have this idea for WWE, and I don't know if Triple H is fitting it. I don't know. It feels more and more like there's less confidence in his creative direction, especially if
we got asked the question. We got asked the question earlier, like, is it why does TKO or Ari start getting involved in Cody? And I kind of alluded to that they don't trust not only Triple H, they don't trust Cody. Yeah. They don't see Cody as the guy that Triple H sees him as.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of people have echoed that. I don't know. I guess if you're comparing him to like Roman and presence wise, I mean, Roman felt like he was taking the company somewhere. Roman, when he was on top, felt like things were moving, business was up, interest was up, creative was fucking doing their thing. I don't know how much of it you can put on Cody, but there is a vibe of Cody that he's always had. I feel like even in 2016, where it felt like he was wearing a suit for the sake of wearing a suit because I want to look like I'm wearing a suit. It never felt like it fit him. And this reign of top guy, top babyface feels like that suit. It doesn't feel like it it fits him. Feels like maybe that jacket belongs to somebody else. I don't know, but I don't know anybody in the company that I would present like, oh, this person should be the top babyface on top of Cody Rhodes. Like, I don't even have a guy. People are gonna say, who are you? Who?
Obafemi.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's so I love Obafemi.
They're treating like that as the main event, not the other two matches.
It's certainly like straight up, like actually main eventing the show. Sure, like I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with Obafemi and Brock Lesnar just randomly main eventing night one. But I mean, like
Obafemi, Trick Williams
in the spot, like right now, like tomorrow. I don't know if I would go with that. That's like a shock. That's like I'm still waiting to see how this Callum Newman thing is going to work out. You know, like hey, you know, like it's definitely a cool.
Let's see. I'm all for that.
It's a cool moment. So it would be like a big ass shock. I think it would it would inject WWE with like new energy if they like fucking did like a super surprise Obafemi title win. I don't think they have. I don't think they have the balls, honestly, to do that. But I also worry if they would follow up the right way. I worry that they would do something like that with no intention or no plan, which is give it to Obafemi and then fail and then blame him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
Which they kind of did that when they were trying to push Bron Breakker. He got injured because he was trying to always prove himself. They always found a reason to be like, oh, not right now, not right now. You know, you just turned on Seth Rollins. You're hotter than you ever been, but not right now. We're not going to put the world title on you right now. We're going to wait. We're going to wait for a bigger show. And then that show, he's not going to even be on WrestleMania.
Oh, my God. It's definitely...
Lies that
I just wanted to say, too, if I was just reading into the things that they had Pat McAfee say.
Oh my God.
To you know, like I was like, man, if the creative sent Cody out there to say something in reverse out of nowhere, like, were you not prepared? Or did you not know what Pat McAfee was gonna say out there? Did he catch you off guard? Like, was Pat McAfee out there just shooting shit that Triple H didn't know he was gonna say, bro?
I think it was shit that came from TKO. That's what it sounded like.
That's insane because that implies this crazy civil war like backstage. Like that's not small. That's a big thing. If that's insane, because that's gonna have repercussions throughout the rest of the year, throughout years. Possibly.
WWE has never done the AEW 2024 Let's Restore the Feeling promo. That's the equivalent of it used to be hot here, but it's not anymore. Ticket sales are down. They shouldn't be down because we have Randy Orton. We had the worst rated SmackDown, and he's not talking about TV rating. He's talking about a fucking cage match rating. This was on it. That's why that's the reason, Krssi, that we spent 3 hours on WWE, because Pat McAfee needed to be talked about for an hour and a half, and here we are talking about it again. But
I just, you know, and I've seen a lot of, even I felt like it when he said that stuff. Obviously, WCW 2000 is the first thing that comes to your brain. Restore the Feeling, people mentioned a lot. A lot of the reason why it felt WCW 2000-ish wasn't just what he was saying, it was who said it. A lot of the things that WCW 2000 did was have commentary or Vince Russo break the fucking fourth wall and try to tell you, oh, I'm gonna book this match tonight, and garbage like that. When an outside commentary celebrity person is talking like this, it doesn't fucking feel right. It feels nasty. I don't think this is heel heat. I don't hate Pat McAfee now. I hate the TV show. Why did you do this?
I already hated Pat McAfee before last night. So
I'm about to say,
there's other reasons,
but like,
you know,
he was cool and all, but he didn't need to be. Like,
I didn't think he was a very good commentator for like the last year.
That's what I'm saying. Like he didn't really add anything to the company, if you want to be honest. Like me and
don't tell that to Ari Emmanuel.
Let him go, and then they bring his ass back.
That's Sylvester Stallone right there, boy.
Am I supposed to see him on Monday with Michael Cole now? Like, am I expected to see him in the seat with him? Okay, great.
No, he won't. He's just going to be used for this angle. But I think we talked about Pat McAfee enough. Kyle Fletcher is in the news because he's going to be out of action with the injury at the moment, as confirmed by Kazuchika Okada on this week's episode of Collision. It was reported that Fletcher suffered the injury in his match with Mark Davis against the Rascals last Saturday. There was a spot in the matchup where he landed badly on his knee and was in a walking boot after the show. Thursday night's episode saw Okada talking to Davis and Andrade El Idolo to psych them up, and noted that Davis could get revenge on behalf of Fletcher, who is now injured. Okada did not give further details. You had Excalibur say that after the matchup that the nature of Fletcher's injury isn't yet known, and no word on how long Fletcher is going to be out of action. On behalf of all of us at THH, our best wishes to Kyle Fletcher, and hopefully it's not a long layoff for this injury, but it will be for his Don Callis family member, Josh Alexander. He recently announced that he suffered a knee injury that required surgery. His wife let us know that she on social media that he had surgery done and it was a success. She shared a good-natured joke talking about him at his expense, putting a goofy filter over his face. But Josh Alexander also noted, "I lived and I'm beautiful." He said last week that his knee is pretty severe, and the exact nature of the injury and how long he will be sidelined isn't currently known. He is believed to have suffered the injury during the AEW World Trios title matchup with him in Takeshita and El Clone versus Mystico and Jet Speed, taped for Collision Slam Dunk Sunday. Alexander was helped to the back after the matchup and had to basically be pulled from that match. So that's some big injuries from the Don Callis family. Of course, Fletcher being the bigger of the two. Hopefully he's not going to be out for long, but that injury looked bad when it happened on Collision last Saturday.
I noticed that shit right away. I noticed that shit right away when I was watching it. I was like, I think he's injured because he's not. Because when he left the ring, he wasn't on the top row. If you noticed that, when he left the ring, he was gone for a while, and then when he came back in, he just didn't. He wasn't moving. He wasn't moving right.
I just never seen someone block those knees with more knees. I was like, why did he do that? Like, no, like knees to knees, shit to shit. He could have took both of y'all out. I was surprised Mike Bailey didn't get injured too, bro. That was just wild. But yeah, obviously losing Josh Alexander is a big blow. I hope that when he returns, he'll get a spotlight out of it. Fletcher, they didn't strip him of the title or announce him to be out, so I'm hoping that's a good sign and not just waiting to see what's going to happen.
And hopefully it's not going to be Nick Wayne, where they keep the title on him and just wait for him to get healed.
Fuck it. No, I don't think the TNT Championship can get shelved like that. I know they like to do the interim thing. I maybe wonder if they'll do that, but Frank, just for the sake of Kyle Fletcher's career right now would suck. Like, would suck so bad. Yeah. He's on such a fucking rocket ship right now. And if he can just stay healthy for another year, he's going to be a world champion, guaranteed, main guy on television. I really hope not to lose him right now. Especially, he was finally, like, we were seeing him and Davis teaming up. Like, Aussie Open was back on television, even though they called it Don Callis family. It sucks so bad if we lose him now. And for something so small, like doing their fucking Aussie Open like combos, but not having the but like they haven't teamed this so long, their timing was a little off. So they fucking Davis.
But he was also too close. They were too close to each other.
Yeah,
like, they were too close.
They didn't have their groove. They'd been separate for too long. This sucks. This sucks so bad that it happened that way.
I mean, best case is probably a sprain, because a walking boot that's usually pretty common for a sprain, but you never know.
They say he was all smiles after the show. So, I mean, you figure if someone was going down with injury at this point in their career, he would have been backstage crying. The fact that he was okay, I imagine they just told him, oh, you'll be good in 2 to 3, 4 weeks or something like that.
Hopefully.
Just a hope for the best anyway.
Yeah. So we had some contract news when it came to AEW this week, as you had Lady Frost exited the company. Her contract expired earlier this week, where she became a free agent. She confirmed that she became a free agent on Wednesday and thanked Tony Khan in a tweet and said that she was on the hunt. However, she was not a free agent for very long, as she already found a new home. Fightful Select reported that Lady Frost signed with MLW and was signed immediately upon upon entering free agency. According to sources, MLW had immediate interest in Frost and communicated such to her. Those sources said that they were very excited to get the deal done, and she is set for a number of tapings. There's no word on how long the deal was for. Frost has signed with AEW back in 2023, and she had appeared last on the January 10th edition of Collision against Mina Shirakawa. Before that, she last competed for AEW ROH on the July 11th episode of ROH on Honor Club. During Frost's tenure in AEW and ROH, she actively stayed on the free agency market, on the independent scene, after that. However, it's a little bit more difficult to assess what's going on with Willie Mack. Willie Mack hasn't been used by AEW and ROH as of late, but he says that he's still with the company and wants to wrestle. Mack posted to social media on Tuesday, noting that he is about to become a homeless superhero and that he's been calling every week in order to ask if they had anything for him. He wrote, and I quote, "When your boy is about to become a homeless superhero because the booker doesn't think he's worth the money, #we're the best wrestle. It's like for 2 years straight, I'd call every week and ask if you got anything for me. You signed me, right? You still getting paid, right? I want to wrestle." Mack has not wrestled in AEW or ROH since December 11, 2025 on ROH on Honor Club. He and Aaron Soto lost to the Death Riders. He has been appearing on a regular basis for Juggalo Championship Wrestling, last being seen on the February 27th episode. A fan commented in a series of replies to state his belief that Mack was on a per appearance deal, and he put out the tweet wrong. Fightful Select had an update on Mack's AEW contract. According to the report, when Mack first joined AEW, he signed what's called a Tier 0 contract, which is described as a paid per appearance. Fightful notes that Mack was then moved to a full-time contract in the last 2 years, which is said to be the salaried position with the company. However, the report also notes that Mack was recently put back on a Tier 0 deal, and it's unknown why the change happened. But now he's effectively being paid per appearance, and he hasn't been appearing. Fightful also reports that AEW sources claim that they've been in contact with the former X Division champion, but the context of why they've been in contact with him is unclear. On Wednesday, PW Insider reported that Mack's AEW deal expired and that he was offered a new contract but turned it down some time ago. However, Mack immediately denied that's the case. Regarding the rumor, he responded, "When did I turn it down?" And he put the wrong GIF once again. Mack last appeared on AEW programming back in March of 2025, where he lost to Wheeler Yuta. He is known for his time in Lucha Underground, as well as TNA, the NWA, and MLW, and he's made his AEW ROH debut in February of 2023. This shit's a mess. Don't sign people and then not use them, especially if they're on a per appearance deal.
I question how that works. I question if you're signed to a deal where, I mean, first of all, if you're signed to any deal at all, Tier 0, Tier 10, whatever the fuck, what, how, like, are they signing you and just not paying you? Because at that point, what's the point of putting your name on that piece of paper, right? Like, why would you sign that? Why would the company offer that, right? Like, what are you even offering at that point? I feel like there's a little bit of algebra. There's a missing factor that I don't feel comfortable about completely. I don't feel completely confident in talking about this without knowing that, because I'm like, why? It doesn't compute to me. Like, why? First, as a person, why would you sign that? As a company, why would you give that? I imagine there's got to be like a low tier payment at that point, like something that's not worth talking about. Like, I can't pay my bills with this, but they give me some money. They're still giving me some money. I love Willie Mack. I've been watching him about as long as everybody else. I've seen him on the indies, seen him show up all over the promotions I've watched all my life. He was a great wrestler. I haven't seen him in years. I don't know what has changed, or if anything, but here's what's gonna suck, because it's gonna come from the other side. If let's say, all right, he got signed with AEW. They decided, for whatever reason, whether we agree or not, that they are no longer interested in using him that way. Like, I'm gonna just let him sit out his fucking contract. I'm not really interested in this Willie Mack guy. All right. So what you're saying is you would prefer they just cut him? Like John Laurinaitis style? Like, don't keep him under contract at all?
Me personally,
not like you personally, but like
but I'm just saying, me personally, you do 500 fucking matches during these ROH tapings. Use them for that, please.
Oh, sure. Well, there's always that. There's that element, right? There's definitely that element. Like, oh, we there's space for Willie. Why aren't we using Willie? But here's the thing. I feel like these are two different conversations now. There was definitely space for Willie Mack. There's no reason why he should have been used. I feel like you have space. You use local talent in places where you can maybe use a Willie Mack. I have to imagine there was a decision made at some point. Like, they decided we're not using Willie Mack anymore. And they didn't completely cut ties with him. So it leaves him feeling like there's still a chance. But nobody's answering me. Why is this happening? It's like, definitely, I understand where Willie's coming from, because it must feel fucked up sitting there at home wondering, what can I do better? You know, what do I have to change to get on television? And then from the other side, they're like, oh, but I don't want to send him home with no money. So they just leave him there signed to a bullshit deal until it expires. And so, like, it's like, if I'm Tony Khan, I wouldn't have been wasting the money anyway. He's a nicer guy than me. At that point, I would have been, as soon as I'm done, you know, like, oh man, I'm not really using Willie anymore. Put him in the list of people that we're gonna cut when budget time comes. You're like, it really is fucked up. But it creates this conversation when you don't. It makes people feel confused. It makes Willie wonder what's going on. It probably should be more communication. That's always been an issue with AEW's office, the communication thing. They just kind of, they put you out in the cold when they're done with you. They just don't talk to you anymore.
Like, it's not the best way to do things. And this goes back to the point that me and Josh were saying earlier. Like, this is why we bring this stuff up, because AEW can be better in places, and this is one of the places with their kind of how they contract people and kind of leave them on the bench and with nothing else and no outlet other than paid per appearance and stuff like that. So we'll talk more about it as we get more updates, but we got to move on to New Japan Pro Wrestling. As this morning, you had Sakura Genesis, which took place from Ryogoku Sumo Hall, and what a show this was, and it delivered one of the most shocking and ballsy decisions in pro wrestling this year as it happened. Callum Newman defeated Yota Tsuji in an absolutely phenomenal main event to become the youngest ever IWGP World Heavyweight Champion of all time at 23 years old, 7 months, breaking the over 20-year record that Shinsuke Nakamura set as the youngest IWGP Heavyweight Champion. Post-match, Gabe Kidd made his return to the company to attack Tsuji and take his IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship, while Shingo Takagi tried to help Tsuji, but then he had other stuff to do, so he said, fuck Tsuji, he's getting pulled to the back. He came into the ring and challenged Callum for the IWGP Heavyweight title, so that will be his first defense. A very full circle moment, because was the first defense of Will Ospreay when he became the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion. You also had backstage, Will Ospreay asked United Empire for their help with a problem at work, aka the Death Riders. But Callum Newman making history in Ryogoku Sumo Hall. We will talk all about that on Monday when we review the show as well. Elsewhere on the show, you had Konosuke Takeshita versus Shota Umino, went to a 15-minute time limit draw in a damn good NJPW World Television Championship matchup. Post-match, Chase Owens came out to attack Takeshita after a masked man distracted him until Shota Umino ran that Chase Owens off. Bishamonten picked up a win over House of Torture to retain the never openweight 6-man tag team championships. Post-match, Boltin Oleg challenged Ren Narita for the never openweight championship. United Empires, Hanare, Great Okan, and the returning Will Ospreay scored a victory over Hontai in trios action. Great match as well. But in probably a lot of people's match of the night, you had the Knockout Brothers beat TMDK's Zack Sabre Jr. and Roye Uyawa in a truly spectacular encounter to retain the IWGP Tag Team Championships. I said it online, I'll say it here. New Japan Pro Wrestling has become the best tag team wrestling promotion in the world today. Post-match, you had Yuto Ice called out Bishamon for being the next challengers, but United Empires Hanare and Okan, who never lost the titles last year, they came out to make the challenge. Bishamon came out to join the fray, and a number one contenders match was made to decide who will face the Knockout Brothers next. I know, John, you were covering this for Dirt Sheet Radio. Quick thoughts on Sakura Genesis. What did you think?
I thought it was a great show. We got 3 great matches. I thought main event was great. This tag title match was great. The United Empire trios match with Ospreay was great. Ospreay and Taichi in there killing that shit. I love Taichi. I'm not surprised. It always surprises me when people are surprised because he used to sing and have a baddie with him all the time. You forgot he was trained by fucking Kawada. Like he's great. The tag team championship match was definitely my match of the night. Bro, there was a segment where, like, this is really cool. I don't think I've seen this in a long time, where obviously TMDK and Knockout Bros had their little thing going. Oiwa and Ice already had beef, but instead of, like, settling it in a singles match down the line, there was just a stretch of the tag match where they were both alone, and they had a whole ass story arc by themselves. And it was fucking awesome. And I was disappointed when Zack Sabre Jr. got back in the ring and it became a tag match again. I forgot.
The twist of the arm where he did a dragon screw to fucking Yuto's arm is one of the sickest spots of the fucking year. Oh my God. They got me where I was like, Yuto's going to get his arm broken.
Like, if they were still working it, so I was like, well, he's got to be okay, but like, I was completely sold on what they were selling as far as, like, my arm is broken, I'm gonna die here, I need to put it back, and fucking Oi was just like, I'm gonna break it, you're not putting anything back. It was awesome. I was like, damn, that was a great way. I don't even know if I need to follow it up. Like, that felt like a great way to finish that story right there. And sure, sometime down the line, we'll see Oiwa and Ice in some fucking singles title match. And we're going to be like, man, remember those tag team days? And I can't wait. Like, that, I'm telling you, when I see Oiwa and Ice in the ring together, I see the future of New Japan. It's like fucking Dragon Ball, fucking Goku's dad, Bardock. He almost dies. He just sees his son. Oh, he's going to be great. I can die peacefully. Yeah. Yeah, I can die peacefully. New Japan's going to be all right.
Yeah, New Japan, man. Right. The decision to put the title on Callum, I did not see it coming because I'm so used to these wrestling companies not being ballsy, not going for it all the way. And I already thought that they had put over Callum to a certain level with the New Japan Cup win. But this solidifies he's the top heel in the company.
I just, you know, my first reaction was, holy shit. Callum Newman's a new champion. I didn't see this coming. I swore I would have put money down that Yota Tsuji was going to retain. But also, a few minutes later, I was like, what the fuck now? What about Yota Tsuji? Like, I was certain, like, they were going to, I wouldn't think he was going to get 10 fucking defenses like Okada or whatever, but I thought at least 2 or 3.
Oh, I think Tsuji's winning it back at Dominion. I think this is the Naito. The Naito did this 10 years ago, where he won
Okada Tanahashi originally
he won the title. Yeah, Tanahashi and Okada did the same thing.
He gets the belt right back.
He gets the belt right back. I think that's what they're going to do. They're probably going to use this time in between him not winning it back to have him drop the global heavyweight championship so he can have a single IWGP heavyweight title run.
I was also like, it felt like, obviously I'm hoping that it turns out for the best, but it definitely felt like a step down for Suji. Like we're back where we were a year ago. Like and then gets immediately involved with Gabe Kidd again. And I was like, holy shit! Like to do AEW versus New Japan thing. So like now we're gonna hear all these promos from Suji about how AEW and New Japan shouldn't be together. I was like, damn, we did this. Like we did this last year. We did this whole thing. But okay,
but they didn't pull the trigger. They didn't pull the trigger really on that. And I like the fact they're doing a AEW and New Japan war, especially with Forbidden Door coming. Josh, I hope you got friends.
I was gonna say I hope it's a real war.
Yeah, I think it is because Gabe Kidd's leading the way, and he knows how to cut these promos, tearing down a company. Josh, quick thoughts on Callum Newman and Yota Tsuji. I know you watched it.
It was a great match. Like I knew the match was going to be great, but the fact that the bigger point was that they went with a new champion, and I was like, when I woke up, when I saw that, I was like, wait, what the hell? I thought I was dreaming, and then I saw like 3 other posts, and I was like, oh shit, they pulled the trigger, and then I saw the chat, then I was like, oh, all right, this is not a troll job, so I know they actually pulled the trigger on this. So I was like, oh shit. It's a ballsy move. I don't want to say that it's a great move, but it's a ballsy move because this is something that we kind of been wanting from New Japan for a long time, where it's like, we want them to be, spontaneous, to be different, and to push younger talent. I mean, this is the man is 23 years old. He's your youngest world champion in your company's history. So, I mean, to go that route, it's good for them. They're finally doing something. Because I remember like last year, I try to remember what show it was, and I remember I was on IG, and I said something on IG, right? So there was people who were like, "Oh, you watch New Japan?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I watch New Japan," and I was like, "But they're also not perfect." People I think kind of fall back onto like the 2016, 2017 stuff from New Japan. But I was like, if you watch it now, I've been telling people, I'm like, they've lost a lot of stars. They lost a lot of star power. But something like this is something they kind of needed to do, honestly. And I mean, even though Yota Tsuji, I thought he was a fair champion. Like, I like the fact that they finally gave him the title too. So I like the direction they were going. But this kind of supplements pushing young guys. So, again, this is kind of what we've wanted. Push the talent that you have now, because a lot of them probably not going to stay, especially as they get older because of the financial situation out over there. Push the talent that you have now. Push the younger guys that you have. Why? Because the reason why is easier to push younger talent now is because these guys are going to be motivated. And if you're giving them a direction to stay in the company, those younger talents are going to stay because of that. Because they're going to get more opportunities. They're going to be put on bigger spotlights. So I think that this is, for them to go this route, I mean, it's very ballsy, but I like it. I love the fact that they finally did that.
Yeah. I'm all for ballsy moves because not enough company have any balls, it seems, nowadays. So I dig it, and it fixed one of New Japan's main problems, which they did not have a top heel, and now they do with Callum Newman. And I disagree with this one. Twan Mack saying only problem with the main. Will tells Cal not to use the chair. He doesn't. 15 minutes later, Low blows the dude, hits his finish to win, and then Will's in the ring congratulating him on the win. He literally sold it. When the match ends, they go to Will, and Will's like he's conflicted. And then the commentary also pointed that out and said that the feeling of seeing a guy that you knew when he was 15 years old win the world title in front of you, that overcomes the fact that you're not very happy with the way that he won it. That I thought they did an excellent job of explaining that. So I don't agree with that being a problem.
I also like that Will was wrong, because it gives Callum Newman justification when he says, what the fuck were you even talking about? Like, if I had listened to you, I would not be champion right now. So that's going to add a really nice layer to their eventual match, which I originally thought would take place in a New Japan ring, but I'm starting to feel like it's going to be a Forbidden Door main event.
Could be.
It's just timing wise.
Yeah. They did also announce the Best of Super Juniors blocks during the show. You got an A block: Master Wato, Taguchi, Fujita, Robbie X, Akira, Doki, Titan, Valiente Jr. from CMLL, AEW's Nick Wayne, and Jun Kasai was the surprise entrant into this year's Best of Super Juniors. Then in B block, you got El Desperado, Kushida, Yo, Robbie Eagles, Taiji Ishimori, JAY, Sho, Yoshinobu Kanemaru, Hayo, and Dase Sasaki from DDT. So good lineup. I like the different kind of competitors that they're using this year, and we will talk more about that come Monday. But you also had this week some Tokyo Joshi Pro over in Japan as they had their Grand Princess show. You had a new champion being crowned in the main event as Yuki Arai defeated Miyu Watanabe in a great matchup to win the Princess of Princess Championship. The Inspiration scored a victory over Uber Eats to win the Princess Tag Team Championships, making history as they win a third tag team title in a third promotion, as they won previous wins in WWE and TNA. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's Suzumi beat Mirai in a fabulous bout to win the International Princess Championship. Konosuke Takeshita and his wife Yuka Sakazaki picked up a win over Hyper Mizo and Super Sasasa Dako Machine. Then you had one of the craziest matches of the year. Mizuki scored a victory over Andreza Giant Panda in the very fun matchup. And then you had an excellent, terrific tag team matchup. Spark Rush defeating Arisu, Endo, and Miya Yamashita in one of the best tag team matches I've seen this year. So really great stuff from Tokyo Joshi Pro. Enjoyed that show.
I love that. Well, first, all right, Andreza Giant Panda versus Mizuki. I had so much fun with that match. And you know what? A lot of times I tell myself, like, man, maybe I hate comedy wrestling or whatever. Like, I watch WWE TV and they do the comedy. I'm like, God, I think I fucking hate this shit. But then you see, like, a girl versus a giant panda in a wrestling ring, and it captures you entirely. And you're like, well, no, I don't fucking hate comedy wrestling. I love this shit. And it's bad comedy fucking wrestling that I hate. I'm thankful for that reminder. The images.
I thought it was AI, but then, like, They took some nice photos. It kind of like just reminded me of like an action, kind of like an anime, kind of like action scene. It's like some really nice photos for that.
This is the second. I'm not sure if the last time they fought was like 1-on-1, but I know this was not the first time they've encountered each other. She's viral before for that incredible image of her swinging like a magical wand at the giant panda. But this time they were like looking for those shots. So you got this incredible looming fucking, it looked like a manga cover with her like on the turnbuckle and Andrea's a giant panda just about to eat her. It was great. And then they follow it up with this incredible tag match that you're just like, man, this is wrestling. This is what variety feels like. It was such a whiplash, but it was so fun. It was a great show, the Grand Princess event.
Yeah. I thought they did a great job with that. I don't always watch Tokyo Joshi Pro, but when I do, it's always a fun time, and this was a fun show to watch. But we're gonna go to your favorite.
Before you move on,
John. Now,
no, I just wanted to bring up that there was a fucking battle royale for the heavy metalweight championship that was won by a voice actress from an anime that I've watched or a manga that I read for like 7 years. Fucking don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro, voice actress winning a pro wrestling championship. What the fuck? Where are we in wrestling right now? Like, it doesn't even sound. It's not the crazy thing. The craziest thing is about that is that it doesn't even sound insane because we're also talking like I show speed in a match at WrestleMania. Or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But,
that part.
Fuck. This is weird. It's awesome though.
Yeah. It's weird and awesome all at the same time. That's the world of professional wrestling right now. It's just weird and strange stuff all around us. But CMLL, Martis Popularis was on Tuesday. The show featured Randall scoring a victory over Atlantis Jr. in a very good main event to retain the CMLL, the CMLL Historic Light Heavyweight Championship. You then had him unmask Atlantis Jr. after the matchup. You had Captain Suicida beat Magla Plaga in a damn good matchup to win the CMLL Mexican National Welterweight title. Flip Gordon retained the CMLL Historic Middleweight title against Volador Jr. in a rock-solid bout, while Mascarada Dorada defeated Yutani in a spectacular encounter to retain the CMLL World Historic Welterweight Championship. And then last night you have Super Venice. You had the show featured Mystico and Jet Speed defeating the Don Callis families, Hechicero, El Clone, and Volador Jr. to retain the AEW World Trios Championships. This was a fantastic matchup. Go out of your way to watch that one. You had Neon beat Templario in a very fun lightning matchup, while Masquerade Dorada picked up another victory as he scored a win over Flip Gordon and Averno in a great three-way bout to advance in the CMLL 2026 Universal Tournament final, while Thunder Rosa led her team of Indy Sousa and Marcella to pick up a win over Persephone, Princessa Sergit, and Olympia in a solid trios matchup. And she was in the news because she has officially became the next dual contract performer, as she now works with AEW and CMLL. I got to talk to Thunder Rosa earlier this week for the takedown on SI, where I asked her about becoming a dual contract performer. She said, of course, I'm interested in something like that. It's a big deal. It's such a big deal. It's such an honor when they recognize you to be somebody, to be part of their organization. Absolutely, it would be an honor. And that led to Friday, where Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful Select said that the deal was all but done. Sources expect her to be offered a CMLL contract to run concurrently with her AEW deal. And then Thunder Rosa confirmed that earlier in the day on Friday that she will continue to appear for CMLL until the end of the year. So congratulations to Thunder Rosa, who joins Hechicero, Claudio Castagnoli, Persephone, Dorada, and Mystico as dual contract performers with AEW and CMLL.
So you telling me you got her that contract? You telling me you got her that contract after you spoke to her about it? I don't think it's the right
question. I just asked the right questions, man.
There ain't no damn coincidence.
Plus, John knows. John knows we have like half of the CMLL office in our interview watching us, so I asked the right question.
For real?
No, watch it. There was like 6 people in the room. I was like, whoa, the cops are here. Holy shit. It was great though. I got a feeling based on the way that match was structured that they have a big Persephone versus Thunder Rosa match planned for down the line at one of their, maybe a major show, maybe just a Friday, but that's definitely coming. And I wonder if I got this feeling like they're gonna use Thunder Rosa really significantly, but we'll see how that goes. We'll definitely see how that goes. The shows, Tuesday, Friday, and tonight, major CMLL shows. Tuesday was all title matches, historic, and what's the other fucking national? And then Friday, yeah, it's hard. It's like they have a whole set of titles.
So many titles. It's like 27 titles, Krssi, in this company.
It's wild. Wow. But there's like a whole set of belts that used to belong to the NWA, but instead of scrapping them, they just called them like CMLL historic. I was like, why didn't you just scrap them? They just like the prop. But people talk shit. People talk shit about the American companies having belts. Every week I find a new title in this company that I did not see. I'm like, I've been watching this company for a few months now, almost a year. I never saw this belt before. Where the fuck did this come from? Tonight, 83rd anniversary of Arena Coliseo. Triple threat main event that I know I'm excited for, but I forgot the 3 guys in it. I know Mystico's in it.
I think it's Mystico, El Clone, and Hechicero.
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken.
Is it? Yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a great show. But what was I gonna say? I had something on the tip of my mind about yesterday's event that is gone now. Never mind.
What was your match of the night? I loved the main event. The main event was my match of the night. From that
last night.
Yeah.
Fuck,
even though the Dorada 3-way was great.
The 3-way was fun. It was. I'm trying to think back because my favorite match of the week was the Yutani Mascara Dorada match. And I feel like nothing was touching that from CMLL.
Yeah, that was dope.
This week. I was happy to see Capitan Suicida too, a new favorite. I was like, man, I've seen this guy before, but getting to see him in that title match on Tuesday was eye-opening. I was like, oh shit, this was awesome. I'm down. People were in the crowd with like religious iconography of Capitan Suicida, and I was like, damn, I get it. I get it. But last night the main event was probably the match of the night. You also had that 10-minute lightning match, which was fine, but I was like, damn, the 10 minutes handicapped the shit out of him. Like Neon and Templario. I was like, that it kind of sucked. Like for what I was wanting to see out of him, that 10 minutes fucking stinks. Also, Flip Gordon, who was, I guess for a while was persona non grata, but he's fucking great. I'm sorry. I've just been watching him CMLL, and I'm like, I know why the Elite was fucking with you back in the day. I don't know why I don't fuck with you anymore, but
I mean,
I feel like
it's political views. That's all I'll tell you. But yes.
So there's other people they hang out with that they could probably get rid of before Flip Gordon.
Yeah. also true. But we've made it to Krssi Luv's favorite part of the show: best, worst matches and moment of the week. Miss Krssi Luv, who was your best and worst from this past week?
Best of the week, I'm going to give it to Femi.
Who? Obafemi? And who's the worst?
WWE and their foolishness. Pat McAfee.
I'm giving best to Callum Newman and worst to Pat McAfee. Josh?
Best of the week, I'm good to Chris Jericho.
Oh, that's a good one.
Worst of the week is easily Pat McAfee.
John, who is your best and worst from the week?
Objectively, it's got to be Callum Newman's had the best week. Like, who's got a better week than Callum Newman? Right? He stole it right on Friday night. Worst?
Yeah.
I can't even give it to Pat McAfee. I got to give it to Triple H, who let himself get cucked like that. Ooh, boy, they took your balls. They took your balls, Big Nose. They took your balls. Do something about it.
Moment of the week, I'm giving it to Callum Newman's win at the Sakura Genesis show. Josh?
Newman winning.
John?
Yudo Ice fucking trying to fix his arm during that tag match.
That was great. Fucking great stuff. Krssi, what about you? Moment of the week.
Christian almost trying to kill Renee.
Another good week. Another good one. Matches of the week. I have 20, y'all. I'll try to go as fast as I can. 20. I went with Robbie X and Ishimori versus United Empire from the Road to Sakura Genesis show. 19, I went with Suzumi versus Mirai. 18, Takeshita versus Shooter from Sakura Genesis. Neon and Templario at number 17. 16, Ciampa and Ace Austin from Collision. 15, I went with Lola Vice and Kendal Grey from NXT. 14, I went with Array versus Watanabe from Tokyo Joshi Pro. I gave that 4.25. United Empire versus Hontai from Sakura Genesis. It was next. Then I got Dorada and Arvano versus Flip Gordon from CMLL last night. Then I went with Omega, Brody, Perry, and Demand from Dynamite. MJF and Speedball Mike Bailey. I got Hashimoto and Manami from the Sendai Girls show. That was an awesome matchup. Laredo Kid versus TJP versus Jack Cartwheel versus Dragon Lee from the AAA show. I gave that 4.5 stars. Kevin Knight versus Okada from Collision. I gave 4.5 stars. Ospreay and Pac. I gave 4.5 stars from Dynamite. Then 5, I got Spark Rush versus Indo and Yamashita. I gave that 4.5 stars. Mystico and Jet Speed versus Don Callis family from last night's CMLL. Number 4, number 3, Dorada and Yatani from the CMLL show on Tuesday. And then the top 2 is from this morning. Callum Newman versus Yoda Tsuji in the main event of Sakura Genesis. And number 1, 5 stars for King Knockout Brothers versus TMDK from the Sakura Genesis show. Krssi, what's your matches of the week?
I have 5. Jada Parker versus what's the girl's name?
Kalani Jordan.
There you go. I have the Demand versus Kenny, Jack, and Birdie. I have Knight versus Okada. Speedball versus MJF, and then Will Ospreay versus Pac.
And Josh, who you got? Matches of the week.
Number 3, I'm gonna go with Lola Vice versus Kendal Grey from NXT. Number 2, I'm gonna go Ospreay versus Pac. Number 1, easily for me, Newman versus Yoda Tsuji for the IWGP Championship.
John, what's your matches of the week?
Yeah, Andre's the Giant Panda versus Mizuki, man. I don't know who's beating that out.
Match of the year right there.
There's also, I mean, every match has pretty much been mentioned. The fucking tag team title match, the world title match last night, Yutani versus Mascara Dorada are going to be my top 3.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, and we got our final predictions for NXT Stand and Deliver Rapid Fire here. We got JC Jane versus Lola Vice versus Kendal Grey. Who you got, Krssi?
Lola Vice.
John.
I think it's Lola Vice too, honestly.
Josh.
Kendal Grey.
Kendal Grey for me as well. Then you got the Birthright versus Shiloh Hill, Ren Sinclair, EK Prosper, and Hank and Tank. I'll go with the not Afterbirth. I'll go with the baby faces. Krssi.
Sure, the baby faces.
John.
Afterbirth.
Josh.
The baby faces.
Then we got Miles Bourne versus Johnny Gargano. I'll go with Bourne. Josh.
Oh my god.
Bourne retains.
John. John. I couldn't hear you. I don't know if.
Miles Bourne. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Krssi.
Yeah, Miles Bourne.
Poor Johnny Gargano. This is terrible. Gargano, because no one wants him to win, unfortunately.
Vanity Project versus Los Americanos. I'm going with Vanity Project.
Oh my god, this is terrible.
Krssi.
Poor Tyler Bate and what's his name? This is terrible. The champs retain.
John.
Yeah, champs are retaining.
Josh.
Champs retain.
Then we got Tatum Paxley versus Blake Monroe for the NXT Women's North American Championship. I'm going with Tatum. Krssi?
Tatum.
John?
Tatum Paxley.
Josh?
Going with Tatum.
Soruka versus Zarya. The friendship finally breaks apart. I'm going with Zarya. Josh?
Mm-hmm.
Going with Zarya.
Krssi?
Zarya. She should win.
John?
You know, Zarya should win. I'm just going to go with Soruka because I have a feeling.
That's fair. And then finally, we got Joe Hendry, Tony D'Angelo, Ethan Page, and Ricky Saints for the NXT Championship. John, who you got?
Joe Hendry should retain. I don't know. If they want to do a surprise, I would just put it on Tony D'Angelo. Joe Hendry.
Yep.
I'm going with Tony D'Angelo. Krssi?
Yep. Tony D. He's more than enough time if they should have done this, but you know, whatever.
Josh?
I think Joe Hendry retains. I just don't know with Tony D. the 12th year senior. So I'll go with.
I just realized he's the only guy in that match that is not some fucking holdover leftover stuck in NXT, dude.
He's the
well,
one
I mean,
who needs to win.
From outside,
he is the one.
Like he is stuck in NXT, but he started there too. So.
Exactly. But we've made it to the end of another edition of the Flagship Podcast. Want to thank you guys in the chat for all the super chat donations, and thank our all-star panel that we got on today's show. John, you're up first. Let the people know where they can follow you on social media, what you got going on Day Sheet Radio, and anything else.
Definitely check out Dirt Sheet Radio. There is so much going on. Wide-ranging coverage from all around the world, live as it happens, fast as fuck too. I take pride in that. Pop culture coverage, check it all out. Dirt Sheet Radio is a fun place to hang out. Just find us on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Follow us there. There's a lot going on. I forgot. My brain is blank at what I actually have programmed for the week. But in general, you should follow anyway because it's great. Check out Dirt Sheet Radio on everywhere podcasts are available every Thursday morning. Check out the latest episode of Dirt Sheet Radio available now everywhere podcasts are. Everywhere you can find them. You know, all those podcast places. But thank you for having me on, guys.
Of course, Krssi. Let the people know where they can follow you.
Krssi Luv _1, Tru Heel Krssi Luv, and then just my plain name. Thanks, guys.
Josh.
You can follow me, JamPunk321 on X and Instagram. And I'll be back next weekend for the next podcast episode.
I will be back there as well. We got a busy week. We got previews for Rebellion coming up on Wednesday. We got a review of the New Japan show on Monday. We got our preview for AEW Dynasty on Friday. And of course, you got Rated Raw review and AE Ramble. You can follow me on the Twitter machine at Tru Heel SP3. Follow the gang, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at Tru Heel Heat. Patreon.com/Tru Heel Heat. $3 a month. Get you exclusive content. The best way to support us when we are not live here. And of course, we will be back next Saturday, 10:05 a.m. Eastern Time, the Tru Heel Heat Flagship Podcast. For John, for Miss Krssi Luv, for the Tru Draw Josh, it is me, your Tru Heel Phenom SP3. This has been Tru Heel Heat 375, Return of the McAfee. We are signing off until next time.
Later.